Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl, Senior Economist. Good morning, Shy. How are you?
Good morning, all. Do we have news this morning or what?
Let's talk about it.
All right. So, President Trump has announced the new Fed chair. It is Kevin Warsh. He says, I have known Kevin for a long time, and I have no doubt he'll go down as one of the great Fed chairmen, maybe the best on top of everything else. He is, quote unquote, central casting, and he will never let you down. Congratulations, Kevin, President Donald J. Trump. Now, this is a very interesting pick in that during his entire 15-year track record up until 2025, when he started talking to Trump about this position, shows he's been an inflation hawk who believes monetary policy's been too loose, thinks the federal balance sheet needs to shrink dramatically because it subsidized Wall Street. And I could go on and on. I'm sure that we'll talk about this more, but it's going to be very interesting that he did choose somewhat more of a hawk for this one. We'll see if he's happy with that decision in a few months. Oh, but moving on, there is a 72% chance that the government shuts down. Government shutdown happens tomorrow evening. This is not going to be like the shutdown we had late last year, because most of the government has been funded, so this will just affect a few departments, so we'll see what happens with that. Moving on, we had LME suffered a 1-hour delay to the start of trading today, causing confusion in the metals markets, as you could probably see on this screen. I guess the potential technical issue was identified during pre-trading checks, and the LME decided to pause the opening as a precaution. And the delay kind of came at a moment where nerves have been frayed in the metals markets, obviously, as participants have been coping with these sudden and extreme moves. On Thursday, LME copper jumped 11%, its biggest intraday gain since 2008. And several traders said there was already speculation on Friday who might be sitting on losses when they received the notice from LME announcing the hold up. So it only lasted an hour, but crazy things happen when there are glitches in the market, so to speak, and it's been quite the talk on X.
There's no more silver in the vaults at LME. I hear it's all gone.
Stop it. Moving on, Bitcoin is headed for the worst streak of monthly losses in 7 years. In fierce competition from traditional safe haven assets have sapped up demand for the token. The Bitcoin slid as much as 3.9% to about 81,000 today, its weakest level. It since then has paired some of those losses. And last but not least, B of A Hartnett warns of overbought global stocks. He says global equities are flashing an overbought warning, with moving averages already at levels that historically mark a sell-off signal for risk assets. Some 89% of MSCI stocks have traded above their 50-day and 200-day moving averages in the week ending Jan 28th. That breached the 88% threshold that they view as a sell signal. This stretched positioning also coincides with investors pulling $15.4 billion from equity funds over this past week so far.
Wow. Well, it'll be an exciting day for sure, and we're going to hear about this nomination nonstop for the next, I don't know, including our discussions later on for the next, I don't know how long.
I know, right? So let's go over the data really quick that we have today. At 8:30 a.m., we've got PPI final demand. This is December's number, and wholesale inventories. And then 9:45 MNI Chicago PMI. with this new announcement this morning, I'm not sure how much PPI will matter, but it's definitely a gauge we want to be looking at as far as inflation is concerned.
Real quick before we move on, Shai, if there's a partial government shutdown, is it going to affect the jobs report released next Friday?
It should not.
Okay,
but we'll
sounds
see.
good. All right, well let's we have a great lineup today. Let's check that out. We have, as usual, Blake Morrow, the Pips are joining us for the morning gap in a couple seconds here. Then it's Capital Preservation Friday with the Mighty Packs, my favorite time of the week. And then we also have live trading, midday markets with, that is XYZ and Christian trading boxes. Do I have that right? Let me double check here. Yeah, all right. That picture looks
They
a
got
little...
their pictures up there.
I know, but it's like, that's Christian, man. These are good looking guys. So anyway, great lineup today for sure. Let's get right into it though, Shai. Let's get Blake Morrow in here and start the discussion.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Blake, how are you?
Good morning, Blake.
It's Friday. It's Friday, and I have to say I was so wrong with Kevin Hassett, but I was so hoping that he would have been the man. We would have got a lot of volatility on him.
Cost me $50 on Kelshi.
I owe you a beer, or maybe like a few beers now, and you too, Tracy.
It's all good. It's all fun. You got to go into those thinking you're going to lose, and if you win,
Absolutely,
all the better. So
do we feel like the
fun.
markets are reacting to this news already? I mean, we have bonds are, again, selling way off, right? We're supposed to have, is he hawkish or dovish, right? Bonds are selling way off right now. Current U.S. dollars strengthening across the board. Equities are selling off a little bit. Interestingly enough, the European stock index futures are up, actually. So it's kind of an interesting kind of dynamic that we're seeing already today.
It is, and I want to say that you guys had Joseph Wang on earlier this week. He had a really interesting dissertation on X last night about Warsh. The thing about Warsh that I think people don't remember or maybe have forgotten, he is not a QE hawk. So if you guys think we're going down that rabbit hole at some point in the next couple of years, despite whatever happens in the U.S. economy, that's probably not going to happen. Right now, yields are rallying, and the dollar actually rallied when the rumor hit the market. We went from Euro 119.70 down to 119, the figure, by the time Europe came in. And we're just above that level right now. I think the dollar has already reacted to the news. So what we're going to be looking at really is end of month flows. Now, as far as bonds go and yields popped a little bit, but like I said, Joseph Wang said something really interesting, and he's like, we're gonna get rate cuts, but you might not like the way they come, and that means he's gonna probably take down asset prices, to kind of cool off the economy a little bit, which will slow down the economy because the top 10% will probably pull in the reins a little bit. And then, we'll eventually get some rate cuts as a result of that. So if you're out there buying equities because of Warsh, I think you need to be a little bit careful over the next week or so.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Tracy, we were talking in the green room a little while ago about, the president might regret this choice in the near distance.
I think that he will. I mean, if you remember when he was back in the Fed in November of 2010 at the FOMC meeting, we had an unemployment rate of 10%. The Fed proposes like $600 billion in bond purchases to lower rates and create jobs, and he was completely against that. So he was a hawk with unemployment rate at 10%. It's at 4% right now. So I'm just saying he might regret this a little bit. And he's also expressed that he thinks he can lower rates and run off the balance sheet because he is a stickler for, he thinks that we need to, run off the balance sheet. And so, again, agree with QE is not happening unless it's some sort of operation weird twist or something. But he is the hawkish one of all of them that he could have picked. most hawkish.
And I also have to say, Tracy, and I agree with everything that you said. And he's going to try. He's looking past Trump. I mean, that's the way he's looking at it. He's like, look, I'm going to be a whipping boy for the next couple years, 2.5 years, 3 years or whatever. But I'm going to, be able to, how should I say, really hold on to the credibility of the Fed. I mean, so for the Federal Reserve's point of view, I think there couldn't have been a better choice for the Fed and the independence of the Fed. He's saying what he needs to say to get the job. Now that he's going to be taking the helm, he's going to be the new pal. He's going to be the fall guy. He's going to be the whipping boy, but he's looking past the Trump administration. He realizes I'll be working with JD Vance or some other candidate or president moving forward, and I just got to get past the next couple of years and preserve the independence of the Fed.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get through the Senate Finance Committee, and Senator Tillis, who's not running for re-election, he's the swing vote on the Republican side, is saying I'm not doing anything until these lawsuits against the Fed are resolved. I mean, we want a clean process here. This is ridiculous. And then you got Warren and Sanders; they're going to be like jumping all over that bandwagon as well. So he still has to get appointed through the committee.
He does, and I would say that if there's anybody that has a shot, and these decisions are made they're very calculated. So I'm sure the whips have been running around figuring out, okay, who's the guy who could potentially get through, and I'm sure that was a big point of contention for this choice. The only reason why Hassett is not the choice is because there's no way President Trump and his administration could have pushed him through. No way.
Yeah. And Shai, I mean, I've been talking about this for a while now, and so have you. I mean, wheat prices are just rallying again. We have all the precious metals and then the other metals that we need to build stuff railing again. Inflation's still looming out there, right? So, I mean, how do you get too dovish with that?
Well, exactly. And he is, he's been a hawk. I mean, he's kind of changed his MO over again the last year and said, yeah, I want to cut rates. But, if you look at his track record, it says literally the opposite. And so the market, after that announcement, market priced in just over 2 rate cuts this year, which is not a big change. We'll probably get one immediately just to, sue the president, but it might be a bumpy ride from there on out for Trump that wants, 100 basis point cut. Yeah.
So the dollar's stronger across the board right now. Swissy franc is down a little bit on the news, and what's the calculus behind this? Why is this announcement keeping the dollar stronger?
I would say just because a lot of people are like, "Whew, that's not Hassett," and let's not, but let's not forget though the euro did fail above 120. That means the dollar made a false breakdown, if you will. I still technically don't look at it like that, and I know we're going to look at some charts, so I won't get too deep into the weeds here, just without a chart. But the euro above 120 took a lot of steam out of anybody was on the short side. I do think we need a reason to break above 120, whether it's data. We do have producer prices today, but whether it's data or anything else, I think that's going to be the catalyst that drives us. We also have to remember there's end of month flows. There's not most bank estimates that I read today don't have a lot of bias, as far as how if there's going to be strong U.S. dollar buying or strong U.S. dollar selling. So I think the euro is just kind of trapped between this 119, 120 level. And frankly, I still think the euro is going to break above 120. It's just a matter of time. But I think all the cross currents between everything that's whether it was Trump's comments from Iowa about the weak dollar, about Bessent, 24 hours later saying we believe in a strong dollar, as every Treasury
Secretary says.
that is again, it's written in the handbook. It's on the inside cover. Geithner put it in Sharpie. Always say strong dollar policy, always, always, always. And, that's in the handbook that they get. And then after that, you have this war situation. So I think it's just, we're seeing a lot of volatility in a very tight range near the lows in the dollar index. I don't think anything's going to really move the needle just yet. However, these moves in precious metals do matter, and how the dollar reacts to what I think is going to be pretty big. And I don't want to steal what Pax and I were just talking about, because he's coming up, and you guys need to stick around to hear his analysis on the precious metals in a little bit. But I'll tell you guys what, if we see some big moves out of the PMs, it might have some influence on the dollar today.
Yeah, they're all down a little bit across the board here. Well, I shouldn't say a little bit, a lot of bit across the board here.
A lot of bit.
How do you quantify a little bit? Quantify.
What?
I mean, gold's down $223. Am I reading that right?
It's insane. It's insane.
Silver's down $13. We've got platinum down $329, palladium down $182. So copper down not that much, actually. It's only down 3%. Considering the LME fiasco that happened this morning, it's holding up rather well.
Yeah, let's not forget that the moves that we're seeing in some of these precious metals intraday are moves that you would see in 5 years. Most of my career, that would be up until last year. Or until this year. Jim, Tracy, we've never seen these ranges ever. This is insanity.
Yeah, I know. I know. It was, and Pax was going to come on and talk about his life experience on this too, which is going to be awesome. I can't wait.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to stick around for Pax's segment on precious metals here in a bit.
But so this begs the question, you guys. Are the highs in metals, or is today just kind of a knee-jerk reaction to, maybe if there's some profit taking going on? It's Friday, and Blake, you mentioned end of month flows. There could be several different dynamics going on right now. Instead of saying, well, these markets are topped out now, it's time to get short. We're going all the way back down to zero.
I've got comments, Tracy, but I'll let you go first, because I've got a specific comments about if these are the tops or not.
Well, you go first.
Okay, fine.
I want to hear.
Okay, fine. Twist my arm. All right. So I believe there's two major tops that form in the markets. One of them is a blow off top, which are capitulation. I call them generational tops or bottoms. If you're seeing like the capitulation we saw in crude oil go when it went negative. I actually still have a screenshot of it on my Bloomberg screen when it was trading negative. I still have that. It's amazing.
By the way, on that note, Blake, so at my old firm, we had our own trading ladder. It was based on the old NinjaTrader trading ladder, which was one of the originals. We did not know what would happen when it gets below. We didn't know if we would be able to show negative prices. Like I don't know what's going to happen.
No, I think it's great. I still have it. I only caught it by the time I decided to screenshot it, because I wasn't thinking. I was trading at the time. I think it was like negative $2, but it was negative 20 something, maybe 30. I forget what it was, where Bloomberg had it at the time. Anyway, I believe those kind of capitulations are significant. I've only seen maybe a handful in my career. Yeah. The other thing that I've noticed over the years, when you get these big moves, one of the other things that always suggests that a top or a bottom is in is extreme volatility. So you get these blow-off moves, which we could argue we did not. Regardless, we are getting this massive volatility like silver and gold, $500 swings in gold yesterday and today, do suggest that we might have a significant top end. So that's my opinion. It's not like I'm going to run out and start shorting silver or gold. I'm not that ambitious this morning on a Friday, because I am trying to preserve capital. But if I was long, I would be thinking that along those lines.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. It's just extraordinary. Just look at the volume. The micro gold contract has done more contracts than any other market on my screen. It's done 836,000 contracts. And this is a year ago, we weren't even close.
That is insane. The volume and all the eyes that are on precious metals right now is crazy. And what we saw in copper, the blowout in copper yesterday, I mean, that was amazing. And then I don't want anybody to think like I'm a precious metals bear, but man, if you are trading on the long side, you have to be really careful. I was I was interviewing a commodities broker yesterday and talking to her, and she's like, don't be fooled by like the straight up moves that you see in these commodities markets. Not everybody's making money. There's so many traders that are getting blown out on both sides of the market because margins are high, swings are huge. People are trying, like any trader, they're trying to, revert to the mean as far as price action goes, and they're just getting smashed. She's like, you just watch. There's traders on both sides of the market that are just getting absolutely taken out to the cleaners right now. So don't think that just because we've seen a straight move from 50 to 110 or 120 over the course of the last month, that it's just all rainbows and unicorns. It's not. There's a lot of people getting taken out to the cleaners.
Yeah, going back, you mentioned copper, Tracy. Me and Tracy have been talking about $6. $6 has kind of been my line in the sand. We're still north of $6 right now. I'm looking at a chart, and Shai, you're still probably, I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm still bullish on copper.
I am bullish long term, but I'm looking at this as a longer term trade. I'm talking, 3 to 4 years out, not immediately. I mean, I don't expect any market to go up in a straight line, but just looking at the copper deficit will be 10 million tons in deficit by 2040. The deficit starts this year, so I still think copper has a good run, and that's just because we haven't had any capex in the industry for 11 years, and a lot of these are older mines, and the ore grade is declining, and we don't have enough supply coming online to fill these new needs for all of these data centers and for all of these electric vehicles and all of the renewables. And so demands, it's a simple supply-demand situation going on in this market.
But I mean, I just have a daily chart. It's a naked daily candle chart. I don't have a lot of indicators or moving averages on it yet. But
I don't think you need any.
Right. I mean, exactly. So,
not on this chart.
But this is more. I mean, if you compare this to like a gold chart or a silver chart, this is an orderly rally. This isn't a parabolic like phenomenon that we've been seeing in the other markets. And so when I see this, it's like, all right, they call it Dr. Copper for a reason, right? And central banks aren't buying this in bulk. It's like they are in gold. And so this is truly a supply and demand market here, and we're above that $6 mark. That's my line in the sand right now.
Jim, you say that, and I agree with you. By the way, I always look at copper as a good economic barometer. That's why they call it Dr. Copper. If the doctor's sick, you got to be looking at the global economy in a different viewpoint. If copper's moving lower, but copper, let's not forget that copper has been caught up in the precious metals momentum. I mean, it's whether you like it or not. Whether it's palladium or platinum, and copper, they're just all kind of moving up. Uranium, they're all moving up because people look around. It's like the crypto craze. You're like, oh, Bitcoin's going up. I missed it. Ethereum went up. Oh, I missed it. So I'm going to start looking at Solana. What's Solana? I have no idea, but I'm going to buy it anyway. It gets caught up in those,
I'm guilty.
in that type of momentum. So I will look at copper in a different light once things settle down. But I hear what you're saying, but it has been fairly orderly, and I do think there are going to be buyers on dips. I am with you guys 100% on that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. But you open the door, Blake, for the Bitcoin conversation. I want to start with
Yes,
Tracy.
I did.
Talk about flows. It seems like there's a lot of flows, Tracy, coming out of this asset class.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, I think a lot of the volatility started to slow down really when all of the ETFs opened and you had institutional players in the market. I think that changed maybe the dynamic of the flows a bit on Bitcoin. And it's, after that big sell-off in October, just hasn't really garnered the interest that it had earlier in the year.
Yeah, and I got to say, Jim, I just got to jump in here really quick. Craig Shapiro He's great. Love him on here on the show. And he said it best when you're dealing with Bitcoin or any of these cryptos. Wall Street they are not hodlers. They could give two shits about hodling anything. All they care about is their bottom line, is if they're making money. And so anybody who is a crypto fan, unfortunately, you are now susceptible to the rules of Wall Street. It has nothing to do with hodling. So if you own an asset and it's last in your portfolio, you call it LIFO, last in, first out, it's not performing, it will be cut. And right now, there's a lot of people that have gotten really long crypto when Bitcoin was above 100,000, Ethereum was near 4,000, and they are paying the price. And they will liquidate those ahead of NVIDIA, Microsoft.
Oh, for sure.
They're like, oh, I have gold. I'm keeping that. I'm getting rid of this digital crap gold, whatever it is. It is all about capital preservation for funds. And so if you are a crypto hodler, you are now susceptible to Wall Street's good times and bad times.
Well, exactly. And that's why I mentioned that the ETFs, because now it's subject to different kind of flows than it was in the past, and 100%. Subject to institutional flows.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we had some lows earlier in the year on the Bitcoin around that 74,000 level. I'll be honest with you. We get down there, I'm all in. I'm getting back in. I'm looking at the flows like, all right, do I want to be in gold, or do I, for my risk capital, do I want to be in gold, or do I want to be in the Bitcoin? Well, not yet, but there's going to be a time when that's going to hit that bottom, and then there's going to be some opportunities. That's my opinion.
Can I entertain you just to draw a little bit on your charts really quick, please?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a big pattern person. So if you guys haven't figured that one out, I love chart patterns. I love them when they complete. I love them when they form. So if you just zoom out a little bit, Jim, and you have to go from the all-time highs, right? So
I'm getting there. We got to be quick because we're running up against clock.
Okay. Yeah. So just if you took a straight line on all those red bars straight down, and then you have a flag, that's the flag pole. We are actually developing all the way down to the bottom, to the right, or to the left. I'm sorry. Yeah, the other way. Right there. Keep going to the bottom.
Right. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, you can just basically, you can call it an ABCD too. It's equal leg move. That takes us to about 56,000. I believe that a move below 75,000 will wipe out the crypto market. It'll trigger stops like you've never seen. And I'm going to be a buyer around the sub 60 level. I'm just telling you right now, that's how I'm playing it. I think the $75,000 level gives.
MicroStrategy will implode.
Yes, absolutely it will. Absolutely it will.
Know. His break even with all of his
right?
Yeah, with all of his financial engineering whatnot. So just be careful on that one.
So Blake, this is just a measured move from the top here at 126 down.
Yeah, you can draw it as a flag, but you can do it a measured move. They give you the same equation, but basically, you guys have heard this. Don't catch a falling piano. That's something we used to say years. You let the piano hit the ground, then you pick up the pieces afterwards. And in my opinion, the pieces will be picked up somewhere around 60,000 or below. So,
all right, let's do a speed run really quickly. I know we're almost out of time, but on the equities, real quick, we had Apple earnings come out yesterday. They were, by all accounts, awesome. Is the stock index futures care about earnings anymore?
I think so. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw that huge sell-off in Microsoft, right? And that caused kind of a slide in the rest of tech. So absolutely, I think that it matters, especially when you're talking about these mega cap tech firms.
And I believe it's one of the only things that does matter right now is earnings. As long as earnings continue to be strong and labor continues to not implode, I think the equity markets have a shot of hitting new highs.
Oh, there you go. And there's my target right there, 26,399 on the NASI. We'll get some more input from Pax there in a second. We have breaking news, don't we?
But we have data
PPI.
in about, we have PPI in about 50 seconds. The numbers for final demand month over month is 0.2%, and year over year is 2.8%. So it's looking like they expect no change in the monthly from the prior and slightly lower in the year over year. So we'll have that coming up. It matters because it's a little, it's just another inflation gauge. And this is December data, not November. So we're lucky for that.
Good. We're catching up.
Right.
All right, we'll track the NASDAQ intraday chart, see if we get any movement here.
So see. Here we go. We've got, higher on month over month was 0.5%, and year over year was 3.0%. So skosh higher than the survey.
Scotch, that's a word.
Skosh.
That's totally legit. So NASI, the initial reaction was, again, you got to be really careful trading in front of numbers here. I mean, look at this wick. We wicked all the way down to 750. We popped all the way back up to, over 800. So that was a kind of a big initial reaction, but it's looking a little bit negative on the stock index futures. Treasury bonds, let's just take a peek at that. 114.25. They're kind of, not a lot of action here on the Treasury bonds. We are underneath that HVL, this high vol level. This is an important level that Fabio told me about yesterday. So keep that 115 on your radar screen. We're south of that, so that's a little bit bearish.
Hey Jim, don't forget we're gonna be cutting into hot inflation data. That means this economy is going to be running hot. Translate that however you want to in the markets you're trading, but this Fed is going to be running the economy hot. Any which way you slice it.
All right. Shai, final words.
Well, just be careful in the markets today. Guys, looking forward to, I want to hear Pax on his precious metals theory, looking at that. But again, markets are very volatile. Great news for traders, but, have your stops in place and be careful out there today.
Very, very awesome. All right, Blake, you are awesome as usual. Shai, you are fabulous. Appreciate you two being with me. It's time to rotate into Capital Preservation Friday. Thanks for being with us. All right, the man, the myth, the legend. I can't wait, especially the last day of the month. We don't have Deli here to give us his wisdom on trading the last day of the month and flows, but we do have Pax, so let's get him in here.
That's good that we don't have Anthony in here for the end of the month. He always gets me he always gets me thinking too much about it. It's the end of the month flows, especially in the last hour, to the last 10 minutes, not what I want to talk about, but the end of the month flows, last hour, last 10 minutes, a late day trade for the traders in the PAX group is usually a very good trade. And if I think too much about it, Anthony's got his experiential ideas on how to trade it, and he makes money doing it. Yeah. But my trading process is reactive. I want to be able to react to the live price action. And anyway, so yes, I'm looking forward to that at the end of the day. Jimmy, how are you? Before we get into this, how you doing, my brother?
Well, to be honest with you, my knee's a little sore. So I've been doing this 6-day workout, 7th day off, 6-day workout, 7-day off for about 3 weeks right now. And it's starting to kick in, but man, you get old, you get like rickety knees and hips, and you got to be careful.
I've got the solution. You want the solution?
Yeah.
It's a peptide called BPC. BPC 157. It's a peptide that I take. I've got, holy shit. I just pulled up the YouTube so I can see the chat. I look huge. I got to lose weight.
You look fabulous, man. Forget about it. The peptides will work. Is what you're telling me?
Yes, the BPC 157 is a peptide that's good for joints. And so like my left shoulder's a little sore when lifting. My right shoulder's always sore, and my right knee. As I take BPC 157 on a consistent basis, you cycle on it for a bit, cycle off of it for a bit. It's good for the joints. These are old man things, you guys. When you're young, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, and then you have to start thinking about things like your PSA and and other shit. You know what? Here's a word that never made it into my lexicon until I was in my 50s. Inflammation. Inflammation. I heard old people talk about inflammation. No, I'm concerned about inflammation.
I know, and there's so many you could go on, and this is you can go down a rabbit hole on, what foods cause inflammation. You drive yourself
Yes.
insane.
Yeah. I was talking to Frankie Lardino, a guy that I clerked with. I did a podcast with him yesterday. He does a podcast called The Warrior Podcast. And he's written a couple books. He's a great guy, very intense. When we were younger and we competed, he was an intense competitor. We competed for, for our seats, for our membership, so that we can have a career, because neither one of us came from any money, Anyway, I did a 3.5 hour long conversation with him yesterday. It was very good, very in depth. I'll post it on Twitter when it's ready. But in that conversation, we talked about everything in our lives. And at the end of it, I tweeted about this yesterday. He asked me, what my level of happiness was, or fulfillment. And without missing a beat, and I looked him right in the eye, I said, 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, I said a 10 plus. I am perfectly fulfilled, and I don't regret anything in my life. I don't regret any of the mistakes. And this is a good segue into what's going on in the metals. I don't regret any of the mistakes I made in my life. I don't regret any of the stupid things I've done. I don't regret any of it. All of that took me. I had to go through all of that to get me to the place where I am now. Now I've made more money. I've been richer, but I've never been wealthier. I have all the money I need. I have, which is, on the list of important things to me, way down at the bottom. I have, I am loved, and I know how to love. I'm a good lover, I think. And I share my experience, strength, and hope on a daily basis, and I share my knowledge so that others don't have to make the mistakes that I did. But I'm grateful for those. Now, that segues into some of the DMs I got yesterday. I got a DM from a guy who was suicidal, a guy in Europe. He wouldn't tell me where he lived, wouldn't give me his number, but I gave him as much information as I could, and I supported him as much as I could, and then another guy who was able to pay off his house just on this metal move. And this is really unprecedented. This sort of price action has never happened before in the futures markets, except for NASDAQ. Okay. We had these sorts of moves, 22%, 25% moves in a day after the tech bubble burst. Double limit down, triple limit down, locked, triple limit down, follow through the next day. Yeah. I've traded these sorts of markets, and I know I know how to make a fortune in it, and I know how to take a huge, gigantic loss in it, and I know how to survive in it. And I shared that experience. So listen to me when I talk, please, because I know how to avoid the pitfalls that I dove headfirst into. Don't be a hero in this stuff, because you can really get destroyed.
Yeah, and by the way, Anthony did chime in, and let me just quote him. End of the month trade has not been in my playbook for a while now. Used to be my bread and butter. It's all over the place now. So there's some good advice right there.
Right. Yeah. And that's kind of the point that I was making. The late day trade, or the end of the month, the end of the month trade has changed. What, Ant, like 2 years ago? What worked for us for a couple of decades changed a couple of years ago. So it's more of a reactive trade, like the opening range or the yearly opening range. We're talking about the yearly opening range in the S&P yesterday, 69.02. That's a pivot. You get down to it, you take the money on your shorts and you get long. I'm not a reversal trader, but that is one spot that I would get long at the first time down to it. We get down to it today, I'll probably sell them through it. But that late day trade, whatever that 3 o'clock Eastern print is, whatever that 350, that 355 Eastern print is, you use that as a pivot, long above it, short below it, and it's reactive. And I had Shab, or one of the producers, go back to October 26th and clip the scene on our Sunday night show, when we finally reached 44 even in gold. And I said, I said in that clip, and you and I have talked about it on every Friday, and you and I have talked about it on every other, and I've talked about it on every Sunday. Above 4,400, gold has another $1,000, and it targets 5,400, and it's going to do so in short order. We did it, and it took me it took gold my whole life to rally $1,000, most of my life, not all of it.
Yeah.
I was 45 years old before gold got to $1,000. So it rallied $1,000 in 2 months, and that was a crazy thing, right? Crazy thing.
Yeah.
And now we've got this crazy volatility off of Jay Powell's press conference the other day when he's asked about gold. The market didn't like it, so we rallied $250. It's the biggest one-day move in history. $250 is the biggest one-day move in history until yesterday when we broke $500 from 56.26 to 51.26, and now we're below it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember. Bernanke and Greenspan, they would always reference gold in their speeches. So I was shocked when he kind of just dusted it off.
So I was too, and I took profit on some swing golds. Me, you, and Blake were talking about it before we came on.
Yeah.
I took profit on some some swing gold at 53.16, and I thought I was a hero doing it. The next print was 5400, and it just kept going. But anyway, this is a crazy time, and the second part. So you call them mission control. Mission control had clipped that part. It was like a 10-second part of me talking about gold going to 5400 back in October. But I wanted them to expand it because in the second part of that clip that I posted the other day was Sarah and I talking about trade selection.
Yeah.
Before any of you take a trade in gold or silver or equities or stocks or copper or any of these other markets, any of them, you have to have trade definition. You need to know where you are wrong before you know where you're right. You have to know where you're wrong.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you don't take the trade. And my brothers and sisters, there's no way to know where the fuck you're wrong in these markets. Excuse my language. It's not
Right.
it's not F word time yet.
No,
But
I mean, the price. What I tell myself is, where, at what price is my trade idea
right.
wrong, and I need to get out before you even click the mouse. That's a really that's a universal important fucking point.
Mm-hmm. You need to know two things before you take a trade. Thank you for making me feel better about my F-bomb. But you need to know two things before you take a trade. Mickey Hoffman taught us this, me and Jimmy, or me and Anthony. You need to know where you're wrong first, and then you need to know where you're going to get out for a profit. And the way that I've expanded that as a trader over the years is you have to know where you're wrong first, you have to know where you're going to take profit, and you have to know where you're going to add. Now, and we'll exhibit that in 45 minutes or 50 minutes when we open, or I'll talk about it then. But, gold, I mean, you want to be, anybody looking to sell that rally, pick a top in that, I think is taking their life in their hands. Like, what rally do you want to sell in gold? What rally do you want to sell in silver, for God's sakes? You want to sell them at 79? Yeah. You're going to be buying them at 82, and you're going to lose $100,000 on a 5 lot. You want to sell, where are you going to sell them? Oh, you're the guy that's going to sell them at 121 and cover them at 96.
Right? But Pax, walk us through. I mean, you said you've never seen this before, except for that big NASDAQ move we had a long time ago. Walk us through when that finally ended. What happened?
We bottomed out. The NASDAQ made an all-time high. When I started trading, the NASDAQ was trading at like 1,000. That was in 1997, 8, going into 98. We rallied from 1,000 to 48.82. So, I mean, that was, it may not seem like a lot now, but that was, think about it. I don't even know what the net change on that, the percentage change on that is. We made the high in March of 2000 at 48.82, and then the tech bubble burst. Okay, now listen, here's another thing, buying dips, okay? We're in the middle of the AI revolution, yeah? Or in the beginning of it. We're in the beginning of the tech revolution then. These tech stocks will never go down. People were buying stuff like, just inventing things to buy. So the market turned around and started to sell off, and then it became contagious, and it was just crazy. And we sold off. It took us 2 years, but we went from 48.82 to 7.85. The low was 7.85. That is a difference, my brothers and sisters, of 87%. Or 85%. We broke 85% in 2 years. It wasn't straight down. There was a whole lot of rallies. We would have a 3, 4, 5, 10% rally and then break 15%. We did it in days. We'd be limit down. And when we get near limits, I say it on Twitter. We talked about it here last year when we had a couple. The S&P and Nasdaq came. The Nasdaq came pretty close to limit down one day. I can't remember the date. I think it was March.
Yeah.
The Russell traded it. And then we had that, it was a dynamic, remember we had a dynamic limit, and, the NASDAQ actually did trade the limit, but then the limits were expanded and it was kind of confusing. And we got on the other side of that pretty quickly though, and helped a lot of people save a lot of money trading that. The last time we really had any limit moves were during COVID. And, anyway.
Yeah,
so
but
go ahead.
Pax, let me interrupt really. You mentioned Mission Control. I do want to do a shout out how awesome these guys are behind the scenes and doing their thing, and the look of the show and all the data that we get pumping into this thing is fantastic. I also wanted to kind of call, by the way, so thank you folks, thank you guys for doing that. You guys are really good.
Truly amazing.
One of the things also I wanted to point out, we have these gamma levels from MenthorQ that come across, these alerts that come across the screen now every once in a while. I talk about them every morning. They're super important to me, and I'll cover some more of them later on. So thank you for putting all that stuff together, guys.
Yeah, I texted Sav the other day, and I thought it was such a vague request, can you please go back? I mean, I've mentioned it 50 times, but can you go back and find the oldest clip of me talking about gold going from 44 to 54? Within 30 minutes, not even that long, I think Shab found it, or one of the producers found it. She sent it to me. That the clip from October 26th. It was I was absolutely amazed. I thought she was going to come back and like, I don't know, Pax, here's one from a month ago. She gave me from October 26th. I thought that was truly amazing. And remember, Jimmy, I'm an analog man in a digital world. The only thing I know how to do with a computer is turn it on. I don't know how to properly even turn this.
No. Shab she is on her game, and she's diving for loose balls. I mean, if you need something from her, you're gonna get it.
Diving for loose balls, yeah.
Let's talk about treasury bonds real quick. Me and Anthony talk about it every morning, just about, and Craig and Tracy. We're back into a 114 handle. Every time we get back into a 114 handle, the trade's been get long, because we're going to get back to the middle of the 115s again. Or if we get at 116, get short. This pattern's been going on for, I don't know, 2 months right now. It's consolidating, it's coiling. How do you feel about the prospect of having a breakdown? I mean, every time, boom, we're buying the 114s.
Where the bonds at? The bonzies are at 114 and a quarter.
Yeah.
So remember that 114.17 area is a big level, and underneath it we go lower. So I don't know, Jimmy. I love trading the 30-year. When it's moving, earlier last year we were making we were doing a quarter's worth of work in a day. We rally 2 points, 3 points, and then break. Well, we're stuck in a major consolidation range, and to me, it feels heavy. And now nobody cares what I feel about the market, or at least nobody should care whether it feels heavy or not to me, because it's just an opinion. Don't trade your opinion, and don't trade my opinion. Trade the market as it is, not as I think or want it to be. But it feels heavy to me. We've got an accommodate. You and Blake talked, and Tracy talked about it a lot more knowledgeably than I will. But Warsh is and it's going to be an accommodative Fed chair. Yet bonds are breaking. That means rates are going higher.
Yeah.
On the long end, I don't. How does that make sense? They're going to be cutting. Okay, they're going to be cutting. Well, maybe it's because he doesn't like QE, and who knows what other kind of Michigas there is thrown in there, but. I think that if the bonds are going to go anywhere, it's going to react to what gold and silver is doing. If gold gets underneath 5,000, gold is going to sell off. Gold's going to sell off hard. We broke $600 in a day, but it's going to. We came up so hard, so fast that this is just a reaction to it. But it could kill the volatility. To your point earlier about the NASDAQ, it could kill the volatility for a while, and we can start to coil to decide what move, and start to trade a little bit lower. And same thing in silver. I think maybe 95, 92 might be the level that we need in silver to get below, for it to kill volatility and for us to sit in a weakened position. That's going to drag on equities. That is not going to be very positive, I don't think. And I think that's part of what we're seeing today. Now, again, nobody should really care what I think. Trade what the market does, okay? And I'll show you how to do that about, with the opening range and whatnot. But, that's just my opinion. And I haven't been shy in saying that I am bearish long-term this year in the indices. Think we can we can really sell off. That doesn't mean we're going to sell off in the month of January, February, but I think we sell off. The world is uncertain, and the world doesn't not like uncertainty. The market does not like uncertainty. So I don't know. Pick your spots, define your risk, have trade location, don't trade. This is a marathon, not a sprint. You do not need to make your fortune today.
Let's go back to silver. Those are wise words for sure. Let's go back to silver. This today is a benchmark candle. This is a tremendously large candle for any market relative to the other bodies of the candle, but particularly for silver. I mean, it's literally 100. What are we? $111, 111 points. I mean, that's a big move.
I did the math.
More than that.
You know what?
Way
you
more
know what?
than that.
You know what this is equal to in the S&P? 2,300 points in one day.
2,300 points in one day. I mean, that's just amazing.
So this is like the S&P going to 4,800 in a day. Could you guys imagine trading that? I could. I would love that.
Yeah. I mean, we've taken out the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. I mean, just it's what? It's not even 9 o'clock yet, is it? I don't know what time it is. It's still early.
That's it broke 23% from yesterday's high at 121. Silver's broken 23%, I think, from yesterday's high. I tweeted it a little when you and Blake were talking. That's an amazing move. It's unprecedented. It's crazy. Even during, the rally in the Hunt Brothers rally, Ira Harris came in to talk to my group yesterday, and we were talking. He was there trading silver. Silver was at the Board of Trade in 1980, and it was in New York. It wasn't at the Merc. Gold was at the Merc, but he traded silver, and he was talking about the Hunt brothers and what they were like, and he gave us some really good detail into that whole experience, which is interesting. But that was the biggest percentage rally ever. It took us a couple of years to give us that rally back, from like a silver rally from a low of like $7 to $50. That was the biggest percentage rally ever. This is unprecedented.
Yeah. I just did a real quick measured move here, 22.23%. A rough napkin click and click, but I did see Ira's a tweet yesterday. He doesn't tweet very often, and when he does, you got to freaking pay attention. So I saw that as well. But in any event, we'll see what happens. The one thing I am excited about, though, I'll be honest with you, is the new silver contract that's going to come out. It's going to be 1/10 the size of the micro. So it's going to be 100 ounce. And if you think about it and you compare it to the new 100 ounce, the 1 ounce gold contract, the 1 ounce gold contract's done 211,000 contracts already. So now these markets are even more accessible to people who maybe don't have that as much risk capital, or folks that want to kind of hold overnight and they can't handle the margin. So those two categories of traders are going to be able to participate more and more in these markets. So I think that's great.
I think it's incredibly great, and it'll teach retail traders and slash independent traders or dash independent traders. It'll teach retail and independent traders how to trade. If we're still busy like this, how to trade volatility, so that when the volatility hits in the S&P and the NASDAQ, again, and we will see that kind of volatility again, you won't shy away from it, but you'll be able to trade it. You want to be a big league hitter. If you want to be a Hall of Famer, you got to be able to hit the curveball and a fastball low and away. And you have to be able to hit big league pitching. Sorry to the Europeans that don't understand baseball.
You could probably translate that to their version of football, right? It's called soccer.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. So I don't even know how many people are on a soccer field. None of my kids played soccer. We played baseball, football, and they boxed. And my girls were Irish dancers and competitive dancers. I don't know anything about that sport. But yeah, right. Okay. I mean, I don't want to talk too much about soccer because I know.
My bad bringing it up. I just pulled up a gold chart, just a daily gold chart, down 11.89% from yesterday's high right now, taking out 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 days worth of gains here.
And that, I mean, just thinking like that, big deal. I mean, we gave back 5 days. Oh, who cares?
Yeah.
If you zoom out, if you zoom out, this is unprecedented. If you zoom in, this is incredibly volatile, and we just gave back 5 days. So big deal.
Yeah. We're only down $238. What's the big deal?
Yeah, right. Among friends. What's another $238 among friends? It's nutty, man. I mean, this is Look, the stupid analogy that I was making about big league hitting. If you want to be a big league hitter, you have to hit big league pitching, and this is big league pitching. So that means that you have to be, you have to be, you, you, you have to be self-possessed, self-confident, self-aware, and you
Yeah.
have to be very well funded to be able to trade this sort of market. I had a stop the other day in silver that was run like, I don't know, it was like a 50-cent run, a
Yeah.
60-cent run.
Yeah.
I got filled, but my stop got ran. I mean, that's crazy shit. I had
Yeah.
stops like that in the NASDAQ that would get run by 100, 200 points. Now, on a
Yeah.
one lot, that's 10 grand. If I got
Yeah.
50 on, I'm down 500,000 on a fucking
Yeah.
bad
And
stop.
remember, yeah, I mean, you put a stop, if it's a stop loss, you're gonna, it's best price, right? So you're gonna get the best fill, and if it's moving, it's not gonna be a great fill.
Well, yeah. All right. Now that's another thing too. Make sure that go to your settings and make sure that your stops are set. All of you, go to your settings right now and make sure your stops are set at stop market orders, not stop limit orders. If let's say you've got a buy stop in or a sell stop in silver at $96. Silver comes flying down, touches off that $96, and you don't get filled. You're stuck on the offer at 96, and we could be trading at 80.
Yeah.
You're being liquidated because you blew your account. Make sure it's a stop market order. Now the Merck also has some sort of I don't know the math behind it, but they'll limit your stop too. But at least you're more likely to get filled in your stop. You might get run, but I'd rather get run than to blow an account.
Yeah. The silver bands are way bigger than what you would ordinarily do for a stop limit.
Yeah. And listen, I know that a lot of you guys, you guys in the chat, and good morning chat, by the way, you guys are I don't know, like you're more interested maybe in my trading in 35 minutes. You're more interested in watching YouTube traders and other people stream their trades. And that's important and that's good as long as you follow good people that have been vetted like the traders on here, like that are going to follow me today with Chris and XY. Great guys, great traders. I get that. But please listen to me because you're not going to get this kind of information from anybody else. You just will not. And you won't because not too many people are as experienced as I am. So please, please listen. Please heed these warnings. Okay.
Absolutely. And I'm pretty certain that the chat is interested in anything you have to say, Pax. So just keep it rolling.
Right.
Oh man, the Nasdaq is down. Not really though.
Jimmy, everybody wants to be told how to make money, but not too many people want to be told how not to lose money. There's a million ways to make money trading futures, and anybody can make money. Anybody can make money trading futures. But very, very, very few people will be able to keep it. And very, very few people, even fewer people, will be able to keep it and grow it. So please, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Don't try to be the next trader that's going to, be able to flash your Ferrari all over the place with these funding company payouts. Just, take your time, build you are all of us, whether you're trading, prop or you're trading, your own account or whatever. We are all small business owners. You are a small business owner. Please treat it as such. Treat this as a business. This is not a blackjack table.
Yeah. What? Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
I like to draw the analogy with working out, right? So for me, I've decided, all right, working out's it's a lifestyle choice, right? And then after a while, it becomes a normal part of your day. It's a lifestyle choice. Same with trading. It's a lifestyle choice. It's going to be part of your daily routine every day, same time, you're doing it. So it's not a casual thing. It's not I need to get rich quick thing. I used to get a lot of calls as a commodity broker when I did that for 20 years saying, my kid's going to college. I need to make 50 grand really quickly here. Someone said if I trade futures, I could make that happen. No, don't call back. Lose my phone number. Don't call her anymore. That's not it. It's a lifestyle choice. You decide to do it. You make it part of who you are and you focus and you take it serious.
It's very much like being a professional athlete. You have to be on top of your game every single day you're going to trade. Remember, confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. CCFF. Remember that. Get it tattooed on your forehead. CCF. You want to get a tattoo on your neck or on your eye? Don't get that teardrop that bad guys get. Get CCFF pointed on there. What does that mean? I am confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. I am confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. If you are confident, carefree, fearless, and focused, and you can trade. And depending on what level you are, you can increase or decrease your size depending on what the market is giving you at that minute. Live information to make real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. So, confident, carefree,
I was gonna go with a heart and mom, but now I have to rethink it.
I have a gigantic head, so I'm gonna get I have like an 8 head, 4 heads maybe. I got big fingers, so I'm gonna get it tattooed across my. People have wanted to rent out my head as a billboard. Do you remember that billboard, that the building on the Kennedy that used to have like the paintings of notable people on it?
Yeah,
Do you remember
yeah,
that?
Yeah.
I was on that for a while.
No way.
I was.
What?
In 2000, 2001, there was one of a bunch of traders, SRG and Pax was on there. I thought that was pretty.
Wow. I mean,
cool,
it was like 5 stories high, that painting. I mean,
it was. Yeah.
Holy cow. Man, you're more famous than I thought.
It was just a bunch of traders. Oh yeah, I'm famous.
Shapiro has a great idea. Craig said CCFF t-shirts made. There we go.
Yes,
that's the next swag right there.
We got to get that PAX, get those PAX saying us down. Get it. So like that building was a billboard. People want to rent out my forehead as a billboard. It's a big forehead. It's good looking but big. CCFF across.
I'm sorry. Wit DC said Deli has a cannoli tattoo. Now listen. I'm Italian too. There's a cannoli. You can't beat a cannoli. You just can't beat it.
Yeah, you can. A limoncello. Limoncello beats cannoli anytime. Cannoli isn't going to make me feel all warm and fuzzy, but a nice limoncello on a summer morning or summer afternoon after a big meal will.
Yeah, but limoncello for us is like water. Okay, yeah, we have some more limoncello. But for a cannoli, man, you get one that's made really nice. And I was in Rome last year and Sicily last year, and I was eating them for breakfast. They were so good.
Yeah. How do I remember these? That's a good question somebody asked. All right, let me get some of the questions in the chat before we get into the CME segment of spreading. How do I remember all of these levels from a decade ago, Kellis? Listen, my brother, it's are you Greek, by the way, Kalos? Kala, this is my business, and I make it my business to know my business. This is your business. Please make it your business to know your business, and make sure you have historical data on your charts. If you want to know where we're going, you have to know where we've been. So,
can I add another tip to that?
Please.
And I think this is true science. What I'm about to say, by writing stuff down with a pencil or a pen on a piece of paper, your brain will absorb that information differently and retain it better. I believe that. I have notes all over the place. I have a note. There you go. Thank you.
Look at this shit. Nobody can read this. I can read it.
You can read it.
But I have nothing but I have boxes of notebooks. I've saved every one of these notebooks. Yeah. I have boxes going back to 2000 that my wife wishes I would throw them out, but I write everything by hand and I keep them.
Don't be a Malacca. I agree with that one too.
My wife's Greek. Yeah,
Florida Pay. Don't be a Malacca. I don't know what Malacca means, but it doesn't sound like you want to be one.
No, that's a bad word. It's like Well, I don't know. It's like Jagoff. My wife is Greek, and so that makes my kids Greek. So that makes me quiet around them when they're all very pissy, and my daughters especially. They start crying. They start arguing. I walk into the other room. I go hide. I don't. You're liable to get a shoe thrown at you. My kids are not going to throw a shoe at me, but my wife might. But she's a great cook.
You have big Greek weddings coming down the path.
Oh, there'll be a ton of Greek dancing. I can do the Greek dancing. Love of my life. The love of my life. I love that woman. She saved my life. She gave me life, and she is my life. And I couldn't be happier. Could not. Go marry, all of you young guys, go find a Greek to marry. Go find an Italian to marry. Go find an ethnic woman that can cook and that will love you and kick the shit out of you when you need it.
Yeah.
to marry.
Yeah.
And you'll have a great life.
You get that. All right, Flinch, kick Flinch out. He's saying Uzo's better than Limoncello. Just kick him out of the chat altogether. I'm just kidding.
Hey, so somebody earlier asked about the 30-second opening range. You
Yeah,
know,
let's
the
talk
opening
about it.
range has been clearly defined by every major exchange as the high and the low of the first 30 seconds of the trading day. So when I started trading on the screens in 2013, really 13 and 14, I sat down and I needed to learn how to make money again. I needed to learn how to be successful again, right? I mean, I had, my ego was crushed. So there was no more ego left. It was a little bit of self-confidence. And so I had to move through that and become part of that. I had to walk into that area of, that part of me and make it a part of me. So I started what worked for me on the floor, trading my mentor, Judd Hirschberg, told me the first day I met him, I'll teach you a way of trading that works on the floor, off the floor, anywhere in the world, at any time in the world. And so when I would take these huge swings, or when I got killed in the market, I was selling tops, trying to sell tops, picking bottoms, trying to buy bottoms, and getting run over, and doing it with ungodly amounts of size. And then I would try to scalp my way back out of that bag. Okay, you can't scalp your way back out of a bag like that. Anyway, so on the screens, I thought what worked for me on the screen, on the floor, it was trading one lot, two lot, and doing it that way. So trading the breakouts. So I went back to the 30-second opening range, and I would trade that. And I started to make money again. One lots became two lots, became four lots, became 8 lots, became 16 lots, and became more. 100 became 1,000, became 2,000, became 5,000, became 10,000 or more. Consistent. And a lot of you guys have the wrong idea of what I'm doing. So I'll show you in a little bit of time when we open what that's, what that is like. And it's going to populate here. The opening range is going to populate here on my chart. So here's yesterday's opening range. Okay.
Let's pull up Pack's chart.
Oh, I thought it was up. I'm sorry.
No, you're good now. We got it.
Okay. Mission control. I love when you say that. Two things that always puts a smile on my face. I'll be sitting here, talking to the traders in the PAX group, and I'll hear you say mission control, and it always makes me chuckle. And then the second thing is when you say the Bitcoin, and you said it again today, the Bitcoin. That cracks me up. Like the Facebook, or I got to go to the, honey, did you check the Facebook?
It used to be, it was first launched as the Facebook. That was the name of it.
Oh my God, you do say that. Do you say the Twitter? Hey, Pax, will you please repost, the show on the Twitter, on the X?
We could make it. We could do it.
All right. So here's yesterday's opening range. Can you see this clearly? On my chart it's always the solid lines. So it's
it's the solid line, right? The solid line's the opening range.
Solid line, right? So I'm going to trade the breakouts. Now I don't necessarily need to trade this breakout, although I did yesterday. 70.21 was the top of it. 70.13 was the bottom of it. So the way that I use this, this is still the opening range at the Merc. They still publish this every day. And the closing range, by the way, closing range is the last 30 seconds of RTH. That's at 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern. So I want to be short below 13, and I want to be long above 21.25. Well, this is what the market gave us in the S&P yesterday. And then I'm going to take profit at these 15 handle rotations, and then I'm going to add underneath them. And look how clean these rotations were, okay? I don't make this shit up. This is how the markets trade day in and day out. I say it every Friday. So underneath 13, I want to be short down to 98, and I always use 2 points. So I'm going to take profit at even at 7,000, and under 98, I'm going to sell more. And then I'm going to take profit at the next rotation down here at 85, 83, 85. I'm going to take profit at 85 on a quarter of my unit, and I'm going to sell more underneath 83. And now I've got some runners from 13. I have some runners from 98, and I sell 85s. And then, look, we stopped here and then came up, traded a little bit, and then took it out, stopped here, took it out. All right, so now I'm going to take profit at 85, sell more at 83. And then I'm going to take profit at 70, sell more at 68. I'm going to take profit at 53 and sell more at 38, and all the way down. I flattened up around here so I can go talk. So I can go do that podcast with my friend Frankie. And then remember, I tweeted it 30 minutes before we got there yesterday. The yearly pivot, the pivot. It's a pivot, just like this is a pivot. Opening range is a daily pivot. If you don't want to trade the opening range, you can sell the 98 even pivot. You know, these are all pivots. Long, I don't trade the long. I'm not going to fade the opening range, so I'll never get long at 98. I'm never going to. I shouldn't say never, because we get down to a major level like 69.02, which is the yearly opening range, the yearly pivot. You take the money, you flatten your shorts. It's what I call a flatten zone. You flatten there, and you reverse. You get long. I am not a good reversal trader, so I normally don't take those trades. I let them go. I talk about it with my group, and I encourage my traders to do it. You know, when I get my prop up and running, you'll be able to do it too. Again, it's not something I'm good at. So I play to my strengths. I don't play to my weaknesses. So anyway, and then you get long at 02, you're going to take profit on the way back up, 50 nails at a time, 50 nails at a time, 50 nails at a time. See, do you want me to show you in the NASDAQ too, what that looks like? Yesterday was a huge NASDAQ move.
Let's do it.
All right. Now here's the NASDAQ opening range. Was up here. It was 6. Do you guys have any questions? Am I losing you? Because when I don't get any questions from you guys or comments in the chat, I think like your eyes are glazing over and you're just waiting for the market to open.
You're doing a good job, Pax. You're doing a good job explaining. Keep going with the NASI.
Okay, so NASDAQ opening range was 26,172, 26,122. So we're trading higher, and that's going to make a lot of people come in and say, you know what, I'm gonna sell these. I'm gonna pick a top here, and this market is going to go lower. I don't think like that. We open on Globex highs, and I'll say to my group, listen, I've never seen a bid I haven't wanted to hit, but if we go 172 bid, I will be long. Well, we come 122 offer on the first attempt, and the NASDAQ trades in 65 handle swings, 65 handle ladder rungs. So we come out in like 360 point swings. So we come out of the NASDAQ offered at 122.5, and you sell them. Take profit at 65 points. So I'm in the NASDAQ, S&P is always 2 points wide, NASDAQ is always 10 points wide. So 55 to 65, okay? 0.57.5, that's the 65 handle swing. So I'm going to take profit at 65, and we go 55 offer. I'm selling more. Now, I didn't trade NASDAQ yesterday. I don't trade NASDAQ at all, but this is what we would have done. And those in my group did this. And then the next rotation is going to be 992. So now you're short for 100 points. See? Oh, yeah. Here we go. 120 points. You're going to take profit at 02. You're going to sell more at 92. And then so on and so forth. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ladder rungs. And right at the 9th ladder rung at 537, NASDAQ stopped. Look at how the market uses all of these rotations. Stopped right at 537 and then took off and rallied. Now the S&P, the trade last week was about the NASDAQ holding the yearly opening range at 478 and holding the quarterly pivot at 132, 25,132. The trade yesterday was about the S&P holding 6902. So when the S&P held 6902, the NASDAQ bounced too. So it was the SPOO that was the most important yesterday at that level. All right, now you cover your shorts. So now you had you had 8 places, you had 8 65 handle rotations to either have had a clear trade definition, a clear entry point with a very clear stop, and you had 9 places to take profit. So 9 places with the opening range. So you had 8 ladder rungs to have taken profit, or 9 ladder rungs to take profit, and 8 where you could have added. See how that works?
Yeah. So by the way, 2 questions. One observation and a question. So yesterday, trade the close. It was so awesome seeing Leo and Selma add to a position that was going their way. It's counterintuitive to some folks that just think, oh, I'm just going to flatten my position and take profit. Adding to winners is kind of a skill that you need to get your head around first.
Bro, that's a great point. And, and I hope that they did that because I have been influential in their career. Uncle Pax, here comes Uncle Pax again, talking about how to add.
Right.
So listen, there are two ways to become financially free. One is to take more out of the market. So you want to take 65 points out of the S&P, out of the NASDAQ, or 15 points. That you'll make a lot of more money doing that than 2 or 3 or 4 points. The second and the most important aspect of trading, long-term profitable trading, especially in futures, is adding to a profitable trade. Adding to a profitable trade is how you are going to become wealthy. So not 1,000 scalps in and out. You can make money doing that, but eventually you'll get run over. It's taking more out with bigger size. So learning how to add to your position without adding to your risk, that's the important part, okay? Or without significantly adding to your risk. That's what we need to do. Now, Anthony's got a great line that I lifted a few years ago. Go big, go small, or not at all. Every single trade, you have to determine whether or not this information is telling you to increase, decrease, or not trade. So now, okay, now learning how to add to your position without adding to your risk. You want me to do this with the S&P or the NASDAQ? I'll show you. I'll talk about it right here, and then I'll show you when we open.
Yeah,
so listen.
Wait, before we, all right, so
Please.
yeah, go ahead. I'm going to interrupt you in a minute, but keep going.
So if I'm selling 13s, I sell the opening range at 70, 13 in the S. All right, everybody's more people are saying NASDAQ. Okay, so if I sell the opening range at 26,122, okay, I'm going to take profit at 65, and I'm going to sell more at 55. So they come down now. Now listen, all right. So let's say I sell a 4 lot. By the time we get down to 65, I'm buying 1. So we go 55 offer. I'm going to sell back what I put on, or I'm going to sell a whole unit, depending on the momentum of the market. It doesn't work all the time. Now if I sell 55s here, if it goes 55 bit, I'm out.
Yeah.
End of story.
So Pax, hang tight 1 second. I do have a question for you on your ladder rungs that I'm going to throw at you in a second. But this next segment right now is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Wanted to let everybody know CME sponsoring this section. We're going to get into the spread trades again in about 15 minutes, where Pax is going to be trading them actually live. So you'll get kind of a better sense once you see someone doing it live to how he's explaining it. But one of the questions that I forgot to ask you before, and then we'll keep rolling here, is your ladder rung sizes. A lot of people ask, well, why is it 65 in the NASI? What happens if the NASDAQ breaks down 40% or 50%? Is it still going to be 65? So just touch on that if you can.
Yes. Yeah. It's always going to be in the NASDAQ. It's always going to be 65 handles. And look how clean this is. I say this every week, and every week it's clean. It's just down. Listen, down. This is a free indicator. You guys who use Ninja, download this. It's free, for God's sakes.
It costs no money.
Yeah, right. That's what you're right. If you're taking a North Avenue bus downtown like Jimmy did, you're going to say it costs no money.
All right. So just to explain though, now you have 2 trading ladders up, right? You have a mini S&P, and you have a micro mini S&P, right?
Right.
And you're going to scale in and out accordingly using these 2 markets, which are virtually 100% correlated.
See, right.
All right. Let's talk about that spread trade.
All right. So let me put the spoos back up, and then I'll talk about adding. Listen, hang around, because I'll talk about adding after we leave.
There's no bus that comes in the island here, so I'm hanging around.
I know you are. I mean, all of them. In the chat. Anthony built his career by adding to I want to make this point. It's because it's really important. Most traders are going to add to a loss. Okay. Those that add to losses wind up driving Uber. Believe me, I did. Great traders are going to add, and it is counterintuitive. Great traders are going to add to a profitable trade. So instead of when you got a good one on, you're going to pat yourself. I do it. Pat yourself on the back and say, "Good job. Stay out of the way of the market. Let the market work down to 69.02, and then take the money." And another question I had was, do I take full part? No, I always partial out. I always take partial profit. And I'll show you when I'm trading the spread. So I'll buy a quarter of my unit at 98, another quarter of my unit at 93, sell more, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I always partial out. So anyway, it takes skill, it takes time, it takes effort, and it takes progression. It takes time to learn how to add to your positions without adding to your risk, or without significantly adding to your risk. And by that, I mean what the beginning balance of my statement shows. and then when I lock in profit, that becomes my new beginning balance. If my statement says I got 50,000 in my account, and I make 1,000, I lock in realized gain, not unrealized gains. I don't count that. Realized gains. I lock in realized gains of 1,000 and I'm still short 2. My new beginning balance is 51,000. I got to protect that 51G. I'm willing to use a couple of hundred of that to try to make more, right? And trading the spread here is a great way to do that, especially for underfunded traders that don't have the ability to be able to trade. The way that I trade, the way that I've always traded when I've been most successful is trading out in partial quarters, in quarter unit size. So trading in the minis and trading out in the micros is a great way to do that. Learning, and I didn't learn how to spread trade until I was in the hog pit in the like the early 10s, late like 09 to 2011 until that time. But I took that and brought that into the mini micro trading, for my group, because a lot of people were not able to afford to trade 4 lots in the minis, but they can afford to trade 2 lots, or they can afford it financially, but they didn't have the bandwidth and the experiential bandwidth, the experience to be able to do so. So they wanted to do it in a way that there was going to limit their risk, limit their expenses, and still give them some upside. So if you trade in a 2 lot, you're going to have to trade. You got to be right on pretty much everything. If you trade in a 2 lot and you can scale out in 5 lots, which I'm going to show you how to do in kind of a spread way, you are putting yourself in a position to be a long-term profitable trader. So if I sell a 2 lot, if we break and bottom of the opening range is 63.5, and the market goes 63.5 offer, I put in a scratch stop, and we trade down to the next to the next level, I'm going to buy 5 micros. So my front end right here, my DOM is going to show me short 2, long 5. So in yesterday's case, if I sell 2 at 13, I'm going to buy 5 at 98. So now I'm short 2, long 5. We get down until you learn how to do this the right way. We get should I talk about adding, like the progression to add, like the best way to learn how to add, which, without adding your risk? Should I do that, Jimmy, or should I not?
Yeah, no, for sure. But one of the things I want to emphasize here with these 2 contracts that you're looking at is I think of it in terms of fractional trading also. So, you'll have a position, let's say it's a 2 lot position, you're long 2 E-minis, and you decide you want to take some of them off the table, right? So you could sell 5 micros and you're still long 1.5. You're net long 1.5 micros. Even though you have 2 things going, you're long and short, your exposure, the way the math works, is you're only long 1.5, and you can continue that, or you could reverse that to increase or decrease your exposure as the trade's happening. So I just wanted to kind of try to get that concept in there, Pax.
Yeah, that's very important. My stops are right out. Somebody asked if I sell 63s and they go 63 bid, I'm out. I'll show you that. Okay, I work my stops differently than anybody else I think that you probably ever heard of. I mean, the trade works immediately, and especially on the ads. Trade works immediately or it doesn't, because remember, I've got to protect my beginning balance. So that's a great question, and it takes time to learn how to do that. Now, the whole point is that I've got to limit my round turns. So anyway, I'll show you that too. So I'll be short 1.5 micros at that point, or 1.5 minis. And at that point, now, why don't I just trade 20 lots in the micros? I always seem to get that question too. By the way, I don't do this. This is not how I trade. I trade bigger size and I take bigger chunks out of the market and I add to things, okay? But this is how a lot of traders in my group trade, and this is something I came up with to help them, all right? So I don't trade this way because, I mean, if I sell a 16 lot, that's 160 micros to trade out of it. It's too much.
Yeah, I don't have the margin to trade a 20 lot, just so you know.
Right. And so if I trade, I froze up.
No, you're not. You're moving.
No, look my dome's froze.
Oh.
Oh my.
That's all right. Just keep explaining though. You're fine. It'll pop back on.
Okay. So I didn't do anything, did
on
I?
your control panel, Pax, on that rectangular thing, is you got a green dot still?
Uh, do me a favor and take me off real quick because it'll have my account number on there.
All right. We'll just shoot back here. You might have to just kind of, reconnect. So,
Yeah, it's live. It says live. Okay.
so if you just disconnect and reconnect, you might be okay.
So the X out, X back, and then sign back in.
You don't have to close the whole thing. Just go to connections,
connections.
and then you'll see all your connection options. And one of them should be green, right?
Yeah, they're green.
Yeah, I just hit the disconnect button and then go back to connections and then click on it again. It'll reconnect.
Oh my God, I need Mike Burke in here. Where's Burke?
Everybody needs Mike Burke. Man, oh man. I mean, he just put together actually a great spread ratio indicator for NinjaTrader where you could pop in, you can compare gold and silver, you can compare NASDAQ to Russell or whatever you want.
I'm live again. Am I the only one that's froze up? I mean, you know what? Let me sign out, sign back in. Maybe that'll work.
Okay.
Should that work?
Yeah. Yeah. No worries. We have time. We got 6 minutes before the bell dings.
Can somebody else, can you guys tell me in chat if you guys are up and running or am I the only schmuck in the world that froze up or something? Okay, Dome's moving fine. All right.
I'm rolling. I'm moving. My stuff's going.
So when it says save workplace, me and Burke titled it Old Dogs, New Tricks. So that always makes me chuckle. Every time it says save old dogs, new tricks. Yeah, save old dogs, new tricks.
No, the thing about him is you ask him to do something like the spread ratio thing I asked him to do. And he's like, all right, I'll be done. Give me 2 days. And in 2 days, he's like, here, try it out. See if it works. I'm like, holy
Mike is
cow.
amazing.
How'd you do that? Yeah, I'm an old dog, old tricks, Pax, unfortunately.
Old dog, new tricks.
So, I mean, in the meantime, we'll keep our eye on some of the markets here.
Jimmy, will you do me a favor and keep trying to not understand, but explain the the concept of the partial micros. Okay, I'm up and running. I'm gonna make sure I'm live. So if I sell 2 while I'm doing this, I got to make sure my accounts are up. I sell 2, and I buy 10.
Yeah. So you're short 1 big E-mini in net, right? They're fungible.
Right.
The positions are they're offsetting on a fractional basis or on a percent basis.
Right.
Yeah, I like that. And don't forget, folks, Pax is going to show us on the E-mini S&P how he does it. But you got the NASDAQ's got micros, you got gold's got micros. I mean, the micros in gold has done 908,000 contracts already. That blows my mind. It's the biggest, it's the most liquid contract we have on the screen right now. And it used to be, for the longest period of time, it used to be the 10-year notes every single day. 10-year notes, volume. And then it was the micro NASDAQ, and now it's micro gold. So there's micros in all the different asset classes, you guys, that you could do very similar types of trades that Pax is going to show.
All right, I'm back up, mission control. You can put my stuff back up. Back up. All right, I got you. Hold on, let me shrink it. Thank you. Apparently, you can still see my account number, so I'm fixing that. So you cannot. How's that? Thank you, mission control. I don't know. I don't trade Video Arcade. I do not trade or Video Starcade. I do not trade either one of those markets. I couldn't care less. So I have no idea what the rotations are in the Russell, and there's not enough volume for me to trade those. There's not enough open interest for me to trade those. No, thank you. I don't trade Russell, and I don't trade the YM. I used to trade Russell, but then Russell broke my heart.
I love the Russell.
I know you do. So does Anthony. Tony loves the Russell. Never understood why.
Well, Tony's way more strategic. I'm calling him Tony now. Anthony's way more strategic than I am on it. I just look at it as another chart.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I know. He is.
Okay.
But, go ahead.
So now this trade you're going to demonstrate here, you're gonna wait for the bell to ring. You're going to wait for that first 30 seconds for the opening range to kick in, and then you're going to establish your initial position in the bigger size contract, which is the mini. I know it sounds weird that a mini is the bigger one, but it is. And then hopefully things go your way, and you can start working the micros.
Right. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'll show you how to, then I'll start to talk about how to add to positions, even if I don't have something out of the market moves. Okay. So the way that I trade the opening range is I'll always take the first 2 attempts out of the upside or downside. Always take the first 2 attempts out, because when we come out like yesterday in the first attempt, it's usually a trend day. If it doesn't come out easy, then I'm going to kind of wait, and I'm going to look for my matchups. I'm going to look for the S&P NASDAQ kind of matchup. I'm going to look for real-time trading decisions to make real-time trades. And if I don't find it easy, there's 2 ways that I look at the opening range. It's either easy or manageable. Easy is to sell them out of the opening range or buy them the first attempt, and to pay for them, to immediately pay for them. Those are easy. Got that yesterday. Manageable is to be able to, for example, if I sell 65s, and they go 65 bid, I scratch it. If I take a dead scratch, if I sell 65s and buy them back at 65, I'll keep doing that. But if I sell 65s and buy back 66s or 65 halves, that's 2 attempts, cut size, and then wait. There'll always be another trade during the day. Friday mornings, have been interesting to me. That's why I call it Capital Preservation Friday. What time is it? We got a minute. That's why I call it Capital Preservation Friday, because Fridays are historically my worst days, my whole career. So I don't usually trade very much on Friday, if at all. And because of that, I have turned Fridays into some of my better days, because I'm more patient. The moves happen on a Friday later in the day. They don't happen off the open. They happen 45 minutes or an hour into the day. So I'll wait, and I'm more patient on a Friday historically in my life than I am normally. And when I'm aggressive out of the OR, I'm going to get usually roasted up a little bit. And when the move happens, I'm just making up for some spent money. All right, we have 20 seconds. So we're opening at really kind of in the middle of nowhere. The NASDAQ is also opening in the middle of nowhere, technically speaking. So I'm going to wait for the opening ranges to set, and I'm going to wait for those 15 candle rotations to populate, and then we'll trade it. All right, this is actually bullish open. This is a bullish open so far. Bottom of the opening range is 64.5. I like wide opening ranges like this. I think the opening print was around there too. So, that's going to be kind of a bullish look. Now let's see if we come out of the opening range easily. So Manoj, the opening range, I don't know what the top of it is going to be. 74, 75. Okay. Well, I missed that. There, that was easy. Came out of the opening range as a first attempt, and I was trying to determine what the opening range was. So the traders in my group that took that, you guys are long 74, 75s, pay from it 78, 75, put your scratch stop in, and you cannot lose money. So what happens here in my group is we pay for the trade by removing 1/4 of our position for 4 points. So you guys are long 74, 75s, and while you're scratched out. So now you cannot possibly lose money. See how that works? You buy 74, 75s, my brothers and sisters. It goes immediately bid. You sell 1/4 of your unit at 78, 75, and then you put in a scratch stop. You cannot lose money. So you're up $200 on a 1 lot if you're trading a 4 lot. You're up a little bit if you're trading the micros. Bottom of the opening range is going to be 64.5. I will sell that. Market tried to rally, couldn't. Maybe it'll try to break. So be patient. 64 at the bottom, 74, 75 the top. Have your cursor in the middle of the field like this. It's a fucking bottom 64F. Have your cursor in the middle of the field just like this. So if we come down, you want to sell them. Actually, this might not be a bad idea to sell them or buy them on a stop. All right, sold them. Can't lose money. 60. Oh, fucking scratch them. Oh, all right. See how that works? Somebody asked about my stops. They sold 64, 75s. They went offered. They went to the pay line, I think. I wasn't able to pay for them because it was in a flash. No, they didn't. They went 2 ticks away. So I sold 64, 75s. They go offered. I immediately put in a scratch stop. I can't lose money. They went down to 61, popped. Now they're trading at 67. So if you did not get your scratch stop in, you're down a bunch of dough right now. See how that works?
And the first thing you did, if everybody noticed this, the first thing Pax did is when he got in his position, he put his stop in immediately.
Yep. First thing I do. Okay, now 74.
Forget about profit target. Stop first.
Yes, always. Risk defined, right? Trade definition. We were talking about that with gold earlier. So now I'm ready to buy 74, 75 if they come up here. But they got, for me to keep that trade, my brothers and sisters, they got to go bid. Or if I sell 64 halves, they have to go offered. Okay. If they don't, I'm out immediately. Oh, God. See, here we go. I'd rather see this market break, but we're not going to. We're going to churn this shit. Market tried to rally and it went to the pay line, couldn't. Now it's going to try to, it tried to break. It could not make it to the pay line. Stop the Ruski back inside the opening range. It's a market I really don't want much to do with. If this does not go easy, I'll switch to sim and then I'll take a trade in the middle of nowhere, which I'll never do with real money. And I'll show you how to work the spread. Is that fair or no?
That's fair. Let's do it.
Anybody? Let's see what kind of questions you have. So I'm not a scalper either. Okay. Now, and this is also counterintuitive. Hold on. I want to buy these sons of bitches. See, what is it? 74, 75. Okay. Ah, fuck. I missed them. Too slow. I don't want to pull back. So I missed the 74, 75s. I'm going to cancel that because if it comes back to 74, 75, I don't want them. I can buy the pay line at 78, 75 if I was a little faster. There, here's a pullback. See, I don't want them. Bid them. Bid them. Stop. Can't lose money. On a motherfucker. They took, excuse me. Oh, son of a bucket. They took me out.
There we go. Family show.
Look at that. They took me out. You dirty dog. So listen, I would rather miss a move than to lose money all day, every day. So if I buy 78, 75s and they, and they pop 975 bid as they did in that case, and I put in a scratch stop and the market runs 50 points, that's a beautiful thing, but it's not my beautiful thing. It's your beautiful thing, right? I would rather miss a move than to lose money. So I'm not going to buy 78, 75s and sell 74, 75s. Why would I want to do that? See, the market's not going anywhere. So I got a couple of scratches in my pocket. That means I can keep trading. What do you mean? How do I come up with 74, 75 number? Madonna. Madonna me. I talked about this earlier. You must not have been here. The top of the opening range. NASDAQ, what's the NASDAQ doing?
So PAX defines his opening range as the first 30 seconds. And then the high price in that 30 seconds is the high of the opening range, and the low price is the low of the opening range. And that sets the standard for all his ladder rungs above and below that.
Well, it's not my definition of it. It's every major exchange in the world's definition of it.
Yeah.
It's just what I employ. We rallied. Okay. So, we came out of the opening range, 74, 75, and or we came down to it again, and we're rallying. We got above the pay line. I wasn't really paying attention. I was trying to look at comments to answer questions. So, I'm not long 78, 75s, and, looks like they're not going anywhere anyway. They're going to come back down and take you out. So I've got nothing going. I'll buy the rotation. So 89.75 is the first rotation up. So those using my group, you're going to take profit at 88, and then you're going to buy more above 90. Now watch what the market does when we get above that level.
When you take profit, is it total profit or partial profit before
Partial
you buy
profit.
more? Got
Always
it.
partial. And I'll do that. I'll buy, okay. So I don't know whether to talk about this or not. So you're sitting here flat, right? And I'm sitting here flat. We got up to 88. If I was long, I would take profit at 88. If we go 88 bid, I'm buying more. And we're down to the pay line. So it's fucking, it's another scratcherooski. Scratcheroo for two.
It's the second best thing that could happen to you.
A scratch is as good as a winner. Get that tattooed on your head. A scratch, CCFF on your head, and a scratch is as good as a winner on your chest.
You're gonna look like Post Malone by the time we're done.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Do that though. I mean, CCFF and did you ever see somebody with like that joke that no regrets, not no regrets.
Yeah, spelled wrong.
Spelled wrong. That always makes me laugh. I don't know why that tickles me, but it does.
All right. So we just did the 74 3/4. Would you try to get that again or no?
No, I don't want pullbacks.
Okay.
Pullbacks might work, and in this case, they're bid, but we're not going anywhere. Oh, I wanted to look at the NASDAQ, and I got off on a tangent. NASDAQ is in the middle of the opening. Oh my God. Look at the opening range in the NASDAQ is 823 to 877. Right. I hate this. So I hate that Friday mornings, the market kind of sucks until, 9 o'clock or 9:30. And do we have 10 o'clock numbers Eastern?
There is something at 10 o'clock. I believe it's, hang on a second.
Gold grills. Mina Mins. It's funny, Mina.
PMI was at 945.
Oh, okay. So we got
So
PMI.
that's in a couple minutes here.
We could be waiting for PMI. Thank you, Trace. Thank you, Greg.
Or MNI or whatever they call it these days.
This shit changes too much. Just leave it. All right, so let's see. We're trading in the middle of nowhere. And look at, so S&P popped again, above 74.75 to the pay line. This is a market going nowhere quickly, right? And now some people are going to come in and they're going to buy them. They're going to be long at the bottom of the opening range, and use whatever the shorter term charts that they're looking at to bought 62s to 63s, and they'll be long at the bottom. I wouldn't do that with my ex-wife's money, because when we have a day like this, when we come out of the opening range and we just continue to tail off, I'm adding. I'm taking profit and I'm adding. And this becomes significantly profitable days. When we got a day like this and we're not doing anything and it's choppy, not easy, manageable, but not easy, I'd rather save my money and wait for it to become and take advantage. I'd rather save my money and keep my powder dry and take advantage of days like this, and have really profitable days than to churn myself up in a market like this.
Well, if she's got any extra cash, I'll send you my Zelle account.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Just joking.
One of my kids might be listening.
Sorry, little Paxis.
Hey, give us a thumbs up. How many thumbs up do we have? I don't know. I can't see. Do we have a lot of thumbs up? Subscribe. Shouldn't I be asking for that? Come on, hit the subscribe button. Smash the like button. I always wanted to say that.
You're good at it, man. We got to clip Mission Control. We're going to clip that one.
Smash that like button. Get that tattooed on your back.
There you go. Now subscriptions. We're getting close to the next level up. I think it's I think we're at 179,000 now, man. We're just like, and this is really great for the stream, because it ups our visibility, brings more people into the chat. It gets the chat's so awesome here. This is the best chat community I've ever been involved with in PAX. I've been involved in a lot of them because I've been doing this, I've been a commodity broker forever and ever. And I've been in, and a lot of them are bad. They're just negative. No one's helping each other out. It's critical. It's mean-spirited. You don't get that here. Everyone is super, super friendly. Yes. And again, I say this every single day. High tides lift all boats. So more the merrier, man.
Oh, I screwed this up again. All right, so I put myself on sim so that I'm just going to take a trade in the middle of nowhere, not an opening range trade. Okay. But I lost the top of the fucking dome. Shit. I hate when I do that. I've got 4 screens, you guys. I have 4 screens. This is on one horizontal one. Horizontal, vertical. And then I have 2 verticals where, my main domes are. And now I've lost the top of this in my main dome. All right, now listen here. This is I wouldn't do this with live money, but let's say I will never fade the opening range. We're above 74.75, so I'd never be. I want to show how to do the spread, but I also don't want to tell people to sell these, so I'm not going to do that. All right, now let's pretend. Make sure I'm on sim. All right, long 5. So let's pretend that I'm long this 5 from 74.75 from the opening range. Okay. So I got a scratch stop it. So I'm long 5 I'm long 2 from 74.75. So I want to take profit. I want to pay for my trade at 78.75. So I'd be long 2, short 5. Now remember, don't look at these prices. I'm long theoretically here, or in this fake scenario, at 74.75, and I am short 5 at 78.75.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I would do is I've got my scratch stop in for the 2 that I'm long. We come back into the opening range and I get scratched out of my longs. Hey, look at this. I'm long 5 from 78.75. So what to do? Just another way of showing you that I have got a lot of, oh my God, I've got a lot of options open to me.
Yeah, so I mean, just looking at the position, you're long 1.5 net in this market.
Yes, and I'm long, from this fake level of 74.75 and short from 78.75. Okay, now when you guys are learning what to do, you should cover your shorts now, okay? Because we go 78.75 bid, or 74.75 bid. I want to buy them again. They held, so I want to put them back on. Oh my God, I missed fucking putting them on.
So now you are short half of a E-mini.
No, because
there you just put them on. Okay.
In this scenario, I wasn't, talking. I was actually trading. So I would have bought him back at 74.75. But if I'm talking and I'm looking at chat, then I'm going to miss my buys. So I got stopped out for a scratch at 74.75. That made me naked short 5 micros. 74.75 held, so I re-put them on. I've already paid for my trade. I'm back being long 2 short 5. See? It's like I've added to my position. We haven't traded 78.75, but I'm short from there. You see what I mean? I've got options. Now it's like I've added to my position because I've re-put on this entire position. Does that make sense? So in the original trade, I'm long 74.75s and I sell 5 to remove my risk at the pay line, what I call the pay line, which is 4 points from the opening range. Okay. So the market comes down and scratches me out of my longs. Now I'm short 5. The market holds this level and the market holds this level and then rallies back. That sucked.
Yeah, Chicago PMI just came out, or whatever or whatever Chicago's thing is called.
So remember, I'm doing this on the sim. I wouldn't do this live. Okay, I'd be sitting here flat, waiting for the market to come out. But now I get scratched out of my longs. I'm short 5. See, I've got options. Now what do? Well, I don't want to be short if we get back above the opening range, so I take the money. Flat. See, little bit of a scalp. This is scalping in order to put on swing positions. Sometimes those swing positions, when I scalp in and out of the market, those swing positions can become like they were yesterday, where I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 places to take profit and add to my positions. So sometimes these little scalps become gigantic swing positions. Sometimes, a few times a year, we take out 69.02 and those swing positions become massive trend trades. But I'm not going to slap on, I'm not going to sell 74.75s and put in an 88 stop. I'm going to sell 74.75s, and if it works right away, or I'm going to sell 64Fs. And if it works right away, well, here we go. I got them. See what I mean? So now that little scalp becomes a swing. Sometimes those swings become trends, and sometimes those trends are something you can add to, and that's how you become rich or wealthy.
So Pax, it begs the question: is there ever a point in time when you're in the right direction, but the market's moving so fast you just let it go?
In the S&P, no. I'm every time I put on a trade and the market protects me. If I sell 74.75s and that market goes 73.75 offer and I put in a scratch stop, as I showed you earlier when I was trading live money, that is the market protecting me. Okay, so when I get a position on where the market's protecting me, the first thing I ask myself is, where am I taking profit? Where am I adding? Now in gold, when I trade gold and silver differently, I don't use the opening ranges. Some traders in my group do. I don't. I use bigger. I'm looking. Those are more of an investment, or more of a swing trade for me. Yeah. Yes, there I'll let it go. You and I bought. We did this last March. Gold at 33.33. Remember that level? Talked about it every damn day. For when we were there, and it was the incredible. It was the pivot for the year. Above 33.33, we're long. Where? well, to 4,400. We talked about that in October. Me and Craig talked about it in Florida. We got there while we were in Florida. We got above it when we got home. And in the clip that I reposted on Twitter, from October 26th, gold above 4,400 goes to 5,400. And we got that. Now, you know, there were places, gold trades in 185-point ladder rungs. So every 185 points, I take profit, and I would try to add. I didn't. I let it go because it was just too volatile. But in the S&P, and I don't trade NASDAQ anymore. There aren't too many traders that have traded as much NASDAQ for their own accounts as I have, and I don't trade NASDAQ anymore.
Pax, real quick, back on gold, you said 185 points. So that would be 18.5 handles.
No. 185 handles, $185.
Okay. Because it's traded in tenths. I just wanted to make sure.
No, 185. It's $185 swings.
Okay, got it. That's you know, it's funny. You're talking about 33. That's like almost seems like a lifetime ago.
I know. No. It wasn't even a year ago.
I know. We're at 5107 right now.
Yeah, 5,400, 56.26 yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
man, time flies. I got a stat for you. You ready for this?
Yeah.
It's going to take 12 years from now before Selma is half as old as me.
How many years?
12 more years, then she'll finally be half as old.
That's hysterical. Holy shit. That is what. How does your brain work that you would come up with that?
I was just thinking. No, because she does such a great job, and she's so wise beyond her years. It just boggles my mind. So I started thinking about it.
Yes, I love Selma. I talked about this. I talked about it earlier. I did this podcast with an old Merc guy yesterday, the Warrior Podcast, 3.5 hour long conversation. And it's, you know, you guys, it's geared towards, I'll post it on Twitter, but it's geared towards mostly old pit traders, you know, and how our lives went after. I hesitated in doing it. Because I don't need a bunch of old broke pit traders calling me looking for dough. I already got enough of them calling me looking for money. I don't need more. But the point is because a lot of guys, gave up a lot of money trying to learn how to trade on the screens. I lost it. So I hesitated in doing it. But anyway, in that podcast, I talked about Salma and I talked about Tanya. I talked about Kane. I talked about Leo. I talked about everybody in NinjaTrader, not everybody, but, I talked about XY, but Salma and Tanya specifically, because I'm just so impressed with those two young women and the other young women that are here too. But those are the ones that I know the best. I know Tanya and I mean, we talk on the phone together every so often, I really take an interest in these, in the younger traders. I say this every Friday when we're done, when XY and Chris come on, I am very proud to be part of the next generation of traders. I couldn't be happier to be involved. And all of you guys, every single one of you guys in the chat, and every one of you, the 1,200 of you that are listening, I could not be more proud to be part. I couldn't be more humble and proud to be part of your experience as traders. And I hope I have a positive and lasting impact on your life as many have had on mine.
And there was a lost generation too. I mean, remember, I was kind of in the thick of this way back in the day. And so between 2000, I'm going to say 2003 to 2011, we did not have that younger generation stepping up, doing well and teaching other people how to do it. It was a wasteland. It was a desert. There was very, very few. And now, luckily for NinjaTrader Live, we've been able to grab onto a stable of just fantastic younger folks. Jimmy, I talked about that yesterday too, really, that lost generation. I think you can expand that. One of the things that I think was generally accepted, and I would say from that time, 03 to maybe 13 or 14, it was generally accepted that human beings could not make money trading electronically, and it's because so many of us that left the floor failed. We didn't know how to adapt most people didn't have a trading strategy, and we didn't know how to adapt our trading strategy to the screens. Yeah. Anthony Crudele was the only successful screen trader I knew, and he was a screen trader from the beginning. He traded in the pit a little bit, but always in the screens. Yeah. So when I had gotten some money back from MF Global, and I was like, all right, this isn't
early 13. I'm going to go trade. And I made an appointment to go talk to Mickey Hoffman, and they were doing some things together. And I told Mick, I said, you know, I need to, I want to talk to Anthony about helping me learn how to trade. He said, man, nobody can do this for you. Nobody can help you do it. I'll pay him a lot of money. No, you're one of the best traders I've ever seen. You need to go home and figure it the fuck out. And if you can't figure it out, then go figure something else out. Go, you know, sell real estate or sell insurance. Or my dad would say, why don't you go sell those Mercedes that you like driving so much? I thought that was always funny. So, you know, Anthony and I, of course, reconnected during that period, and I did learn a lot from him, you know, about how to adapt my mindset to screen trading, which was not easy. But I had to do that because I had no other choice. I couldn't see myself doing anything. I never had a real job. I always worked, except for driving a truck in 2013. I can't make money doing that. So I segued into trading, as I described many times, 1 lots and 2 lots and 3 lots. So it was a pleasure doing that yesterday and getting to talk about my brother, Anthony Crudele. I love Anthony. You know, when Anthony and I talk on the phone, we're done. I love you too. Like I'm talking to my brother. Actually, I don't say that to my brothers. They're Irish. You don't say that to Irish brothers. I say that to my kids, of course. You know, but I love Anthony. I love you, Jimmy. You and I will be lifelong friends. You know, I'm so grateful to be part of this. So you and I have gotten to know one another, and we will be lifelong friends.
Yeah.
Salma,
But, you know,
Tanya, all these great kids.
But Pix, you're a rare breed. A lot of the floor guys couldn't do it. I mean, I have some great friends. Some of them I haven't talked to forever. You know, Lewis and Ray Burchett and these guys who you know I love and have been good friends. And it's just that whole you couldn't make the transition. And so there's a whole cast of these folks that were spectacular pitch traders, personalities, and market movers that, you know, it's a different skill set, man.
It is. I saw Lewis not long ago. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How's he doing?
He's doing good. He's doing great, actually. And
Is he?
he was with his sons at the Bellevue, and I was walking with my daughters. He was walking. I kept my fucking daughters away from those Italian swab.
Come on.
Yeah, get inside. Don't talk to these boys. They're good-looking, nice kids, but they're all older. Anyway, we're talking about Louis Borsellino. I had a chance to thank him, you know, and I said, Louis, why? Wait. I said, because I sat in the NASDAQ as a 1 lot, 2 lot trader and watched how you traded in the S&P, and I wanted to emulate you. You know, I wanted to learn from you. And Lewis was too insulated. Nobody can get close to him. But I watched him every single day, how he moved the market, how he put his hands up half bid and everybody was 60 bid. He went 60 bid, everybody was 70 bid, 80 bid, 90 bid. So when I wanted to become the Lewis of the NASDAQ. And when I did, I'll tell you, it was never a greater feeling in the world than the first time we expanded the pit from a small NASDAQ pit to like 50 people to 250 people. And I put my hands up, half bid. Everybody was 60 bid, 70 bid, 80 bid.
Yeah.
Even bid. Everyone front run me. I thought, holy shit, this is the easiest money I'll ever make. Hey, do me a favor. I'm long 50. Sell me 10, sell me 10, sell me 10. And I go, even bid. The brokers that I gave orders to, 10 and 10. No thanks. Oh, 5 bid. And then everybody would buy my offers.
Yeah.
Oh, it was like taking money from a baby. It was great.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know Jeff Davis. What pit was he in? Just because I don't know him doesn't mean anything. You know, there was thousands of people that were on the floor. And was he at the Merc or was he at the Board of Trade?
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm sorry I'm talking about that kind of stuff, but this is the best business in the world.
Yeah, no, this is good. It also it's good for me. Forget about everybody listening. This is going down memory lane and talking about the struggles and the transitions and what it takes to be where you're at right now at any age. That's important stuff, man.
Is this considered trauma? What do you mean throne shop? Is this considered trauma packs? I don't know what you mean. Is this worth my money? No, hell no. Which is why I switched to the sim, and just to kind of show how the spread works. I wouldn't trade this. I've got the market's not doing anything. There's no reason to trade this. Is that what you're asking? Is this considered trauma? Is this worth my money? Is that what you're asking, or are you asking something different? Oh, no. Is it trauma? No, I loved it. Listen, this is the greatest business in the history of business, and when we were on the trading floor, or when I was on the floor, I miss it. I do miss it, but I prefer this. It was easier to make big money, in the NASDAQ when I was a big trader. It was, but I had is six-figure swings every day. I'd be up 200,000, I'd be down 100,000. I'd be up 300, down 200. And it was every day like that for a long time. You just get used to that kind of money. And it was all my money. I've never traded money for anybody else. It was all my own dough. So that was hard, but you disconnect from it. And I still disconnect from it, but that was the greatest spot in the world. There was no other place like that where guys from the neighborhoods of Chicago, like, Italian guys like Jimmy and Anthony, or Irish guys like me from the South Side that can go into a place and compete with the hedge funds, the biggest funds in the world, that could make markets for them. No other place like that. Now, screens, I think, are even better. You have the ability to be able to, what they used to say, pajama trader, right? You're in your PJs, sitting in your bedroom trading. This is the great leveler. The playing field has never been more level. Think of it this way. If you're a micro trader, you have this, or you're a funding company trader, you're a prop trader, you have the exact same possibility of making money as a hedge fund guy. And everything is the same, okay? It's all relative how much money you're going to make. But the only thing that you need to focus on, whether you're a prop trader, an independent trader, a retail trader, or a PM at a major fund, the only thing you need to focus on is the next trade. This business is a great leveler. Everybody in the world is looking at the S&P trading at 64. Everybody in the world is looking at the NASDAQ trading at 832. Everybody.
Yep.
Now,
Doesn't matter where you live. You could live in Japan, you could live in India, you could live in South America. You see the same price.
So in a world that's topsy-turvy and screwy and crazy and weird, I find solace in the fact that the markets always tell the truth. I find solace in the fact that every single day I've got another opportunity to go big, go small, or not at all. Yeah. I have unlimited upside. Every trade that I make has a theoretical potential to make my wildest financial dreams come true, according to Dan Gramza. And theoretically, every trade has the potential to crush me. I need to protect myself from that crushing, and I need to leave my upside unlimited, and I will be fine. So then that brings into question my soul. What am I bringing to the screens? How do I live my life? What is my worldview? Am I self-possessed, self-confident? Yeah. Do I limit my beliefs? Can I see myself as a multimillionaire? Can I see myself as a successful trader? Can I see myself as, making six figures a year? Can I see myself as profitable? Can I see myself as break even? Can I envision those things and move through it?
I don't know how much money you have, but you're the richest guy I know, man. Love you, man.
Thank you, Jimmy. I've been richer, but I've never been wealthier.
All right. I think we're ready to bring in the young bucks here. We do have XYZ and Christian with us live for Midday Markets. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
I like what Pax just said. I've been richer, but I've never been wealthier.
There you go.
I'm stealing it.
It's true. I feel the same way.
Thank you. I was just typing into the chat, so I'll just say it. It's not about how much money you make. Anybody can make money trading futures. Anybody can. It's about how much you keep. Okay, and that's difficult over a long period of time. I am not impressed with what somebody makes in a year, 5 years, or 10 years. I could care less. I've known too many people worth 50 million that have gone broke. I am, because I can guarantee you the markets will change. Your life will change. You will change. Your perspective on life will change. So it's making sure that you're able to protect yourself in every instance. It's about how much you keep and how you can grow it. So it's fun to be able to watch these young traders do that every single trade, every single day. That means you too.
Awesome, man. Well, Pax, great session as usual. Capital Preservation Friday, love it. We posted Pax's opening range indicator and ladder rungs in the actual chat. So if you're in the chat right now, you can scroll up and tap that. Like he said, they're free if you're using the NinjaTrader desktop platform. They're awesome. So feel free to check those out. And there's that link I think explains about it also. So it's a good place to at least learn about it. So thank you for providing that for us, Pax. We greatly appreciate that.
Oh, anytime, you guys. You guys are truly the best. I am. I say it every Friday. I am very humbled and very proud to be part of the next generation of traders, and as exhibited here, not anywhere else, but here, NinjaTrader Live.
Absolutely. I'm inspired, man. I mean, more ways than one. I mean, Chris, by the way, speaking of inspiration, I'm still on, I have not missed. I miss one workout a week on purpose. So I'm 6 on, 1 off, combination, cardio, weights. And it's because, everything that you told me when we met and how you live your life, it's a great
Good.
inspiration, man.
Yes. Yeah. You know what? That's me and Chris bonded over that the very first second we met.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally the first second. It was at the gym.
Yep.
Is
No.
that right?
No. We met on, well, that's when we first met in person. But when we met, on here,
Oh yeah. We did
NinjaTrader Live.
like a segment one day.
Yes.
Early. Yeah.
Right.
And the other thing I learned is XYZ could do more pull-ups than any human being on the planet.
That's not easy.
Anyway, all right, Pax. Let's let these two guys do their thing. We are ready to get into some live trading with XYZ and Chris. Pax, you have a great weekend, man. Love you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Jimmy. Love you too, guys. Love you too, Jimmy. Hey, guys, trade them up. Have a great day. Have a great weekend. God bless you all. Nobody fights alone.
All right, Pax.
Thanks,
Take
Pax.
care.
Give them hell.
Take care, Jim. Have a good weekend.
Oh, Jim left too.
Yeah, just left us.
Just ran out. Left
Hey,
the door
chat.
open.
Morning, everybody. So I already shorted. I'm gonna go over this real quickly here. I shorted originally the breakdown of this wedge consolidation. We were trying to hold 860s. We couldn't. So I don't know if you guys saw, but I was short already. I took the short on the initial break. I did take partials into the first initial drop. And then I had a tight stop. On this bounce, I took a stop on the rest. So I took half off around 1.2R. The rest got stopped out. And then on the rejection from the lower high, so we had a lower low, lower high, and we were rejecting pretty hard. I got short again. And then I once again took partials around 0.8R. And I'm just sitting on the rest with the same stop as my original trade. And I'm looking to see if we can move away from this 860s areas and come back down to 710s. I'll flip bullish if we can reclaim 860s and start to hold higher and seek higher prices. Enzo, my link for the videos are on X. You can go to my X account and I post some videos on there. There's a lot of other education, but I do have a Discord group that I share for those who join, and I help with education around that area. But you can totally go check out X. There's videos on there. Scroll down and you'll see them. What do you got cooking today, X?
Right now, I am emailing the great Mike Burke.
All right. While you do that, I'll share my plan.
Yeah, sorry guys. 1 second. I had data issues for my live account in the morning or earlier, so just want to make sure it's all good before I put any other trades on.
So it's a little bit choppy here, so I might get stopped out here on the rest again, and it'll be a scratch trade. But while that happens, let's go over this 4-hour and hourly structure here. Yeah, looks like I'll get stopped out. So NQ's in a little bit of a consolidation here around 860s on the 4 hours. So, can today be an inside day after yesterday's drop? So far, we are sort of consolidating inside. But if we can reclaim 860s, then there's no reason why we can't see 26,000, which is a huge macro resistance level. If we fail to reclaim 860s, we go lower. Yes, a little bit of the same structure here. Hold 68.72 and we can see 93. All right, looks like I got stopped out on the rest, which is fine. I'll just wait for a setup above that to look for a long. But here's the hourly. Here's the plan for me today. For NQ, we are in this consolidation here between 710s and 860s. If we can break out, which we're attempting to again right now, then we can form some acceptance or consolidate and then attempt to move back up to 26,000, maybe 26,000 in 20s, where we can reject, and that'll complete scenario one. If we form acceptance up here, then we can see a higher move. But so far, this is a inside day, right? We have highs up here, downs right here. So I'm sort of thinking, can we just sort of continue range bound until next week. Maybe we'll see. If we do lose 860s, then I don't see why we can't come back down to 710s. We did hold that initially earlier, and then we're seeing the bounce back up. Acceptance at 710s, and we go back down to prior day low. For ES, a little bit of the same. We are now attempting to break out of this 69.40, 69.68 box and wedge. So as long as we can continue to hold this breakout, we should be able to see 69.93, 7,000 area reject, or if we hold higher, if we go back down below 68, then look for 69.43 and lower. But so far, we're holding this breakout, and we'll see if I can now get positioned for a long after this breakdown attempt. Paid me for half of the trade, but then it stopped me out on the rest. So let's see what we get. Or it can just be choppy.
Yeah, it looks like they're just still up and down this same range.
Yeah, Mike's the man.
Good morning, chat. Sorry. Yeah, you know what? Full gluten. You got to do what you got to do. If I got an email, I got an email. So yeah, I had some data problems, and I think it's good now. So earlier in the morning, I was like, well, what am I gonna do for the stream? So I loaded up some prop accounts, so literally so that I can have data, and I traded those, and I pretty much am good. Obviously, I think chat probably knows by now. Market open just ran up and VWAP's right here. So as it shot back down, first test around VWAP, I got the longs and got the new high. I was pretty 50-50, honestly. Because if you look at the high time frame chart here, I do have two zones. This is old supply that actually became a rebit spot when it ripped higher, and then it fell under again. And this is still a low volume node right here. So coming back into it, I didn't think it was just gonna run the first time, so I took off all my positions here from VWAP. But in the morning, it was just like, are we gonna hold this range? Are we gonna hold this zone or this zone? And we started to really hold this one. This is where VWAP was, ES and NQ. So I got longs instead of shorts, and I honestly don't know which is gonna work. If you look at the chart now, both are holding. Short side's holding up here, long side's holding down here. So right now, on the prop accounts, I'm very green. On the live account, I have not taken anything, so I am willing to continue trading. Just, I think I would rather just wait and see what the market decides. In my view, they do need to make a decision between these zones. Either we're going to break up, hold and continue, or lower, come back, hold this and continue. But I think either scenario provides a pretty decent runway through. So at least for a scalp for sure. Downside, I would say more of a runway. Upside, it's going to get dicey because we do hit low volume here and then the next node. But either way, it's good enough for a scalper for sure. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. Jims, thanks for using my code. Also, guys, I do have a video primed up for YouTube because it's Friday, and it's private right now. It's scheduled to release at 8 o'clock my time, which is about in 50 minutes. But if we can get enough likes, I'm just gonna make it public. So this is when Chris and I say hit the like. If we can get to 600, I'll just make it public on the spot. I don't even know where we're at right
Get
now.
those likes up.
If we're already at 600, Yeesh.
We need 800, 900. Wait, we're not at 600, are we? I got to refresh. 455. We can get to 700.
So, you know what?
Hey, Radish.
I'll give him a good offer. 600. We're at 472. Oh, we were already close to 600. I should have. Oops. Yeah, well, the
ES is
market.
doing much better than NQ. You have cyclicals that are helping.
Oh, another thing I forgot to mention. Yeah, so another reason I chose the NQ longs around VWAP versus shorting in the red zone was because ES's high, if anyone's looking at volume profile, ES's high was like a shelf. That thing was so flat you could sit on it. So to me, very much unresolved highs, very likely to trade again. So I was like, well, if that's the case, I think longs are safe. At least, I don't need the market to rip and rally all day. I just needed to get back up there and I'd make plenty of money. Um, yeah, that was ES was definitely a huge canary scenario. 600, Samuel, 600. I'll stick to that. Yeah, actually, today's video is exactly, it's funny. Today's video is exactly about the volume profile and what I look at as soon as the market opens. So the things that I'm using to guide my trading in A period, what the volume profile looks like, what I think it could become, pretty much identical to what I was referencing on ES today. Looking for those little clues, it's literally what the video is about today. So you'll get that idea. Trying to find weird inefficiencies or nuances in the volume profile when the market has just opened so that you can speculate like, you know what, the profile never really looks like this. I think it's going to go here, or I think it's going to go here. Or, this is not done yet. I'm going to wait till it comes back and does this and do that. It's today's video. And I'm confident that NQ breaks this range. So
You're
I think
confident
best we
that
can
NQ
do
breaks
is,
which way?
yeah, that's the question. But I think they'll make that decision. I don't think we're going to be locked in a 130 point range today with what's been going on. The book is thinner today too. Just even looking at ES move around, the prints are a little thinner for sure.
I mean, we're holding. So as long as we hold this 860s, 870s, to me, we can go higher, but it's choppy, it's range bound here.
I'll trust chat to tell me when we're at 600. Does anyone know where the likes were when me and Chris got on? Just so I know for next time if I completely undersold everything.
Well, it was higher than usual when by the time we joined.
385 over 9,000. 750. Got it. Okay. Everyone's just lying to me. Should have known better than to trust chat. Around 350. Ah, it's because Pax asked politely to smash a like. Got it. It was high, but Pax and Jim were both dropping F bombs. Jim was dropping F bombs. I'm gonna rewatch that.
Yeah, I don't want to commit to a direction here yet. The
Did I
earlier
trade
break,
yesterday?
the earlier breakdown failed.
I did trade yesterday. I did not take the shorts. I did not get to the charts in time to really capitalize. The
Oh, you
market was
slept
just,
in?
huh?
You slept in?
I did. I didn't have a stream yesterday, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a little late. I took the weekly open longs when they tested the second time. They couldn't make a new low.
Oh,
Essentially
I
low
took
of day,
that. I
right?
took
Because that
that
was a
there with
swing
you.
low. So I took that. I took that long, and that thing paid, I think, just as well as the short. Because I would have never been able to hold a short for like, I don't know, what was that, like a million points? I got 150 in the long. To me, it feels good because I don't think I would have been able to hold the shorts for that entire move anyway. So whatever. I know my limits. Anything over like 50 points, I am very happy about. So
Yeah, let's get hopefully get some action here.
yeah, I'm gonna keep it on this 1 hour chart so I don't get tempted to play the range. 10 million points? Oh, my bad. Best I can do is 150. Realistically, best I can do is like 50 to 60 to 70. Anything or more than that, I'm like, wow, I'm on a rocket.
And yes, we do have a reversal off this 43 zone. If you guys can see this breakdown attempt right here. And then we have a sort of lower low, lower high. We reject, fail to produce new lows, and bounce back up. So that's the only sort of structural setup for how I view price. NQ had a wedge breakdown, which I took to short. We failed, we reversed. Now we're just in a range. So I think for longs, ES can be better as cyclicals are stronger. Trump already announced the Fed chair
Yeah, I
this
saw that in
morning.
the morning.
Yeah, he already announced it. So very hawkish.
New start trading without like and subscribe because yeah, chat, you guys gotta let me know if and when we hit 600. I don't know where we are, but I'll just make the video public.
No, I should have said 700. I'm going to say 700 now.
I didn't know. I didn't know where we were at. I thought 600 was a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Goes to show how much I know.
Do we think the markets need to rest a little? I feel like the markets have rested for like 4 months. We're in a big old range. We don't have a directional trending environment.
Salty says for NQ, I like 80 to 100. Yeah, I know. Sure. I like 100 too. I just have a hard time getting that, you know? Sucks to suck is my problem. Also, if you haven't, hit the like. If you just got here, Salty. Break this OR. Everyone's staring at it. Oh, we're gonna get the IB set in about 10 minutes. So it'll give us something additional for sure. Yeah, I just got a new hat. It's a J.
So far, some mags leadership or just strong. Everything else a bit weak in tech world. Cyclical strong. Pretty mixed market.
What does the J stand for? I don't know. You guys can guess. Yeah, J for Jim. I got this hat for Jim.
Oh, I know what it stands for.
Yeah, Chris knows the proprietary secret.
Yeah. But for that, you need like 5,000 likes.
Yeah, maybe one day. Maybe 500K subs or something like that.
Just Gary.
Yeah. Gary, you're close. You're close.
J-Lo. J's for just NQ. That's how he trades.
NQ is great, man. I wonder
Yeah,
if people
Jay
are still
Dilla is
trading
great.
silver or everyone's dead. Either dead or rich. There's no in between.
I know, finally cracked.
Yeah, it was due. So much bad structure on the way up. Really, really bad. And well, they're just gonna clean it up and then just rip it again, likely.
All right, this latest higher low failed here on this 2 minute. We have a higher high, higher low. Failed, so the failure then can lead to a move back down. If we can get a little consolidation down here, aka acceptance, that you guys hear me talk about here or here, then it can set up a directional move away from this. But until that happens, NQ is in a little range here from, let's say, 800s to 930.
Josh, that's a good one. Unless you're not kidding. Then damn. Um, you labs, the best advice I can give you is don't slap everything on at once like I did, and I'm sure many others. Um, be very deliberate in what you're putting on your chart, and you'll actually get to learn order flow a lot quicker. It expedited my learning curve for order flow, for sure. Once you understand how and when things start to print, you get that pattern recognition for yourself through the footprint in the DOM too. But if you're just throwing everything on your chart, you probably won't get anywhere.
Hey, how do you like that new DOM? You think it's gonna
Dude, it's
replace
nice.
Sierra?
It's is it nicer? It's got potential. It's got potential. We're working on it.
Will it replace Sierra for you? Eventually, you think eventually? Not yet?
That's I don't know, man. I think it's got potential, especially because I only really trade on stream now. So either way, my trading is on NinjaTrader. So if it's quite literally, it will replace it for execution, absolutely. But, when we're talking about other things, I don't know. We're definitely we're trying our best to get it there. We're trying to get it there for sure. Right now, I am patiently waiting, and they're working hard on it. Um, Patiently waiting for them to give me the green light for execution purposes. And all the streams then will have that up, and I'm executing off of it. Because I don't like hitting market. And all the streams I'm hitting market because I don't have that. But I'll have that up, and I'll probably I don't want to just destroy my whole account if something goes wrong with it because it's newer. But I'm either going to maybe do like prop on it or just like very small or smaller sizing to test it out and stuff like that once the execution capabilities are nailed in. Um, Maybe like anywhere from 1 to 3 lots or something so I don't destroy myself on it. But it's looking really good. I mean, you guys see it on Leo stream. Mine will be configured a tiny bit differently because I use bid and ask, and some of my columns are like, just moved over to the left. So minor differences, but I am very much looking forward to it. It's nice. It's definitely nice. Uh, Performance has been really good so far. Uh, just haven't executed off it, and I don't want to burn my account if something goes wrong. So. Hey,
Uh,
but we're getting there, guys. We're getting there.
Jenna, there's a video on my X profile maybe a week and a half ago that's like 10 to 13 minutes long talking about acceptance. I think that'll do a much better job. You know, I'll quote it, retweet it. What's the word? I'll retweet it so it comes up fresh, and you can just watch that video. It'll do a better job than me just talking about it for the next minute.
So, chat, you guys like this range? If you do, hit the like. If you hate it, hit the like. Right there, the little widget. Right there, up top, up top. Yeah, the other platform. I didn't know Leo even referenced it. I mean, I don't want to get fired, so I'm not gonna say nothing. But we're working hard on it, man. It's definitely gonna be sick for the stream. I'm very much looking forward to it. My entries will certainly improve because I'm used to punching the limit orders on the DOM.
Oh, I just found it's 20 minutes long, Jenna. So I'm gonna retweet it, requote it. Oh, I can't. You can only do that once. Let me cancel and do it again.
Thanks, fiber optic. Yeah, that'll do it.
Where is it? It's not here. All right. If we can get a little bit of acceptance down here into support, then I'll be looking to short to
Yeah,
see if we can leave
ES
this
is also
range.
there. It
We are
is.
failing here. I do like it. I like it a lot. But we can still be range bound. Let's see how the first bounce into the 90 MA is on the 2 minute and see if we reject. And then that can set up the move to 710, 720s. Yes, would have to lose this 68 area. We tried it earlier where I took the short, but you know, we can possibly do that again and then just create the range. Let's see if I can reshare this video.
IB is set. So, like noted earlier, I think shorts would give a better opportunity than if the longs were in play. Just as I think there's a better runway for the trade. But we'll see.
Yeah, that's beautiful breakdown here. Pretty much what I was looking for earlier. See if I can get in there and join.
Building a bit of volume here. They have definitely found some buyers. Let's see what happens to them. The 15-minute candle that just closed is pretty nasty.
Yeah, that's a good break attempt.
Would have liked a bigger pullback than that. How close to the highs would you take it long? Um, I wouldn't long near those highs. I would long it down here if I think this move lower is going to fail and we start to trade back in say 20s, 30s, or I would wait for the break and the market to come back to the range it just left to get long. So I wouldn't take a breakout long trade. Not in this scenario.
All right, let's see if we can. Are you looking to long this or short the bounce?
I would prefer a short on the bounce, but I don't know if the market's going to really be able to hold that or to continue short. I don't really have that answer for myself yet. But if it were either like, hey, is it longs or shorts today? I think the market moving lower definitely provides a better opportunity for myself. But I'll
Yeah,
see what the market decides.
I still see a little bit of range action.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see how this bounce here acts into the 2-minute 9MA. If we can create a lower high and see if we reject from there and look lower. But ES is still holding above this 55, 56 area. That's really what needs to break.
Yeah, they found the buyers like immediately after cracking this low. They're trying to figure that out right now. There's just a lot of two-way tape. I do see a lot of buying in the 93s to the 98s, 793, 798. And I'm waiting to see what happens to them really. Because on the downside, it's not like they're really cooking like crazy right now. So this can revert for a stronger pullback maybe.
So ES has a range from 69.38.43 down here to 69.93. I think you guys can see this here. Let me go to the 10-minute.
Mr. Market, that's not true. He says anything on the DOM can be spoofed. You know what can't? Market orders. That's why I use the bid ask columns. You can't spoof market orders.
But here's the range in ES. We're in a consolidation from 69.43 to 69.93. The bull bear zone is here at 68, 66, 68 area. So we're currently just chopping around there. We don't have a direction to move away from there. We did earlier to 93. It failed to reach up there. If we can reclaim it again, we can shoot back up to there. If not, we can move back down. But this is our range here. And then another reversal back up. Looks like range will remain very aggressive too. Back up.
Market orders are at exact price. You're not really looking at market orders on the DOM. I don't know if you've seen my trading, but I certainly look at market orders on the DOM. I think in all my videos I've ever
This
made,
range in
I'm
NQ.
referencing market orders. I'm not referencing passive resting orders.
So NQ's range is from, I go to the 10-minute here. NQ has a range from 26,000. I need to go to the 15-minute for this one. Here to here. This is the NQ range. And similar to ES, we're dancing around our zone, which is here at 860s, 870s. So you can see that we're having a little bit of a sticky action around here. And until we can either find acceptance above it or below it, and with sort of conviction, we can go either down to the 700, 710s or the 600s again, 26,000, sorry.
Do I use DOM to execute? Yeah, I much rather prefer the DOM to execute because it's wiggling like right there and I can just put the orders in. But yeah, market fills are tough, man. I know a lot of people like prefer market fills. I think Leo prefers market fills. I can't. It's too crazy.
Got a little bit of a megaphone structure as well.
Yeah, defendy, however you say that. I was I was really thinking about taking those longs too, but too late. They ran right into a wall of buyers down there when they broke the range.
Good for scalpers. I mean, if you're scalping this, what is this?
Yeah,
Maybe
anyone's
100
trying
point
to scalp
range.
the range. Yep.
Yeah, you can be doing really well here. Hopefully it moves soon though.
I got a DM on Discord saying we're so close to we're so close to what is it? 600 likes. Just drop it.
Pump it.
I don't know where it is at, guys, but sure, whatever. Chat, can you just tell me what it is? If it's close, I'll just drop it right now. I need to go into YouTube and figure out how to do it. 583? 583? All right, two people said it. I'll assume you guys are telling the truth. Let me go ahead and figure out how to do this while the market's still in this range.
Yeah, we're at 600.
We're at 600 now?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Um, Studio?
Call YouTube and let them know.
You could just do it for me, yeah. Um, Publish. All right. I think it's live. Check it out. If it's not, tell Chris to yell at me and I'll try to figure that out. But it's there, I think. Now I gotta go. Guys, if you can, please, it would be very much appreciated. I'm pretty sure comments and stuff and the likes like help the algorithm or something. So if you're gonna go on it, do some engagement stuff for the sake of the video and comment and stuff. You can even leave a hater comment. That's fine too. Like, tell me how much I suck at trading and stuff.
Yeah,
It's
where's
all
that
you.
hater? Remember?
A guy that told me I'm only making all I'm doing is talking because I'm selling a course and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it makes it interesting, keeps it a little spicy, you know what I mean?
Thanks,
Yes.
RT. I just saw your retweet of my post on acceptance. I know you're in here somewhere.
All right, guys, is it public? I don't know. I can't check. Can someone let me know? Yep, just here. Liking, chatting, commenting, only push the video. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. Yeah, guys, if you can, just like shoot a like or something. Subscribe if you haven't. Throw a comment. Tell me how much you like me or hate me. It's all up to you. I do appreciate the support, but I think today's video is a pretty good one. Makes me plenty of money. I hope it makes you money. Yeah. Oh, you guys have had that the whole time? If you guys don't know, just go on my Twitter. All my socials are linked on my Twitter, my YouTube and stuff. It's in the stream description too, I believe. So
All right, back to the top of the range.
yeah, they're finding some sellers again. but they're working through them. Gonna see what happens around the 920s, 930s.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if we can now form acceptance up here. Some consolidation here to create a change in character, because all we're seeing is ping pong action here. And then if you guys remember from my comments from a few weeks ago, whenever this structure changes and you start creating maybe like a higher low up here and you hold, that becomes acceptance, and then a breakout can happen. So I'll be watching for that. Thanks, Larry. Yeah, and register to the competition, guys, that XY is going to be in. They're going to battle it out next Wednesday, right?
All of us are gonna try to beat Nick.
Is it a full day thing again?
What's up?
Is it a full day thing again for you guys?
We're on for 9 Eastern to noon Eastern.
Straight, or there's a break?
Straight, yeah.
Oh,
From pre-market all the way to the break, the show break.
oh, that's not bad. Yeah, battle it out. Yo,
Sign
why
up,
does
it's
Leo
free.
look like a model? Look at that Photoshop
I
skills.
know, man. Look at Nick. You guys know who um Sean O'Malley is? You guys know who Sean O'Malley is, chat? I think
I
Nick
can
looks
see it a
like
little
Sean
bit.
O'Malley except with normal hair and no face tattoos. I know nothing. You're a smart man. Cologne model. Dude, Nick, I think he's like 6'1" or 6'2" in real life or something. He's tall.
You and I were the shortest in Naples.
Dude, yeah. I think apart from us, it's like I think it's Delhi. Everyone's a giant. Everyone's a palm tree. UFC dude, yep. Sean O'Malley. He is the UFC dude. Sean O'Malley is
Can
Nick's
we
Hannah Montana.
hold now here?
Yeah, I'm not willing to short um below 920s. So if this stops here and goes back, is what it is. I've messed around with these kinds of environments for a large part of my trading, and I've very rarely been happy. So I don't do so anymore. Anyone who looks at a 15-minute chart, you can just look at that and look at the bar that just closed, which is like the bar that closed prior, but I think it might be a tiny bit outside. No. Easier markets to make money with than this, for sure.
How to not XY and Chris, can you help me understand how to not trade a day like today when you don't see it higher high, higher low, or lower high, higher low structure? I mean, that'll depend on your approach. How do you trade?
Oh, I see. How to not trade death today. Uh, yeah, I think you just have to remind yourself that there are easier environments to make money in the market. And you know that fully well if you're asking, hey, how do I not touch this? Because you're already thinking that you shouldn't really touch it. Um, there are so many trading days within the year, and that's just a year. What's the hurry, right? Don't get stuck in like, say if you're a prop trader, don't get stuck in the whole like, oh, I got to log a trading day. I need to do this. There are benchmarks, there are parameters, there are conditions, there are objectives. If you don't like what you see, what's the hurry? Like really, what's the hurry to generate profits every single day or attempt to? I'll say attempt to. And then for another comment, I saw that like volume profile is tough because it's really balanced. It's just another profile. It's a D-shaped profile is a very common, it's a regular profile. And on D-shaped profiles, you can just fade edges. So you can literally look for shorts up here and fade this edge to get back towards the middle of the range. Or the PLC is pretty high right now. So if you're looking for a short towards the highs to cut it at like PLC right here, that's not even worth it. That's not even worth the trouble. If you're willing to hold it for like the middle of the range, day's range, then now we're talking. If you're trading highs or lows for anything less than like a pretty sizable move in comparison to the day's range, it's not even worth the effort. So make sure it's worth it.
All right, we're back
I
to the top
can't
of the
say I like
range.
the range because although it's 100 and we'll say like 160 points, I don't know if we've went back and forth the range so many times. It's harder for me to really be confident that it'll hold time and time and time again. IB's already said we tried that low. They actually went down the low. They found a pretty good auction. They did. And they left it behind, which means there's buyers stuck down there, which commonly can lead to a new high and a continuation higher. So if anyone's wondering if I'm looking to short this range right now, no, because we are spending a decent amount of time. Not to say it won't work. It definitely could work. I mean, it's a range day, it's a D-shaped profile. It's just I am very aware that there are better and easier market conditions for me to make money with than this one. I'm not in a hurry. And the trade I took in the morning, there's only one prop I endorse, so I won't say the name that I traded with, but they are a no consistency daily payouts prop. I'm sure you guys know what it is now. And I made plenty on those 5 accounts. So I'm not in a hurry to do anything else. It's got to be pretty good if I'm taking it on my live account here.
All right, we're getting some rejection here from the top of this range. I'm looking to see if we can finally create a higher low and a little bit of acceptance here. If not, we're just going to go to the bottom again of the range. Mags are strong. A little bit of a mixed market, though.
Oh man, my bad. I was supposed to tweet the video. Oops.
What I want to see here is a pullback to create a higher low. That gets bought. Then push higher if we are to go higher.
There's that move lower. POC is pretty high up here still.
Every trade you take today, every trade you take on a day like today is the wrong direction. Probably means that you're looking for a directional move away from this range, but right as you take that trade, it reverses back into the range. So what I talk about is acceptance. And what that helps is that gives you information, gives you data to let you know that, hey, buyers are stepping up. You know, if they bought here and they move up and they create a higher low here, they're stepping up to seek higher prices. And then when you get this higher high, higher low structure, then you have more information letting you know that there's more buyers attempting to step in. And if we tend to break away from that higher low structure, the consolidation, then that can be what improves your chances or the probabilities of a break in the direction away from the range. But if you don't add that additional rule, and this is again, if you're like a price structure trader like myself, then you are going to get stuck in a lot of reversals back to the inside of the range because you're not adding an additional filter to help you, like a condition, right? To help you only wait to execute when that's met. It's really helpful. or else you're just going to get, you go through stops as you short the breakdown, you get long the possible breakout, but it just reverses back down. Plus, understanding what has taken place. Yesterday was a big move, right? And today we're in an inside day. So typically on an inside day, you sort of know the structure that we're going to be. We're going to be in a mean reversion structure. It's the last day of the month. Is it? Yeah.
Last trading day up.
It's been a range bound market, right? So you already know the environment is it's mean reversion.
Yeah, there's another thing too.
Ed.
In all my years trading these days where I'm sitting around and I'm like, when's it gonna break? When's it gonna break? At some point I cave in and I start trading it, and it feels like 100% of the time. It honestly does. It feels like 100% of the time it does break at some point. I mean, it's only been 90 minutes of the market. At some point it breaks around midday or something, and the better opportunities are just flooding in. And by then I'm already in drawdown, so I'm making it back. Or, earlier on, I'd just be locked out already. And at some point, it just really clicked like, dude, this always happens. You get baited into trading the range, and when the market finally breaks, like the A plus opportunities come through, the market is so much clearer. The order flow becomes one-sided for you to just continue on with. But what did you do? You didn't wait. So that's something that is like baked into my mind all the time. Like, it's working now, cool. The shorts from up here were working now.
Yeah.
It's all right, but it's still, the fact of the matter still is there are easier environments to make that money and with less pain.
Yeah. Like yesterday. Yesterday was a great short day. And then we had a big divergence where NQ was at the weekly open and ES was at the yearly open. Pretty big divergence there. That was a buy. So, but there's so much, conviction and understanding that location versus here. What are you doing? Do you have the same sizing? Maybe not. Do you hold longer? No, because it's in a range, right? It's all about also the type of trader that you are.
And getting the turn sucks, right? You're kind of sitting in it. It's hovering around your entry. You're taking drawdown. You're in profit. You're in drawdown. It's a painful trade. And I don't like that, especially as a scalper. Like, I have a hard enough time holding the position when it's working. So sitting in a painful trade, even if it's working, it does kind of suck. The thing about yesterday was, even if you missed a short, those longs were like at the perfect spot. And it didn't even matter what strategy you used to trade. That spot for yesterday's longs, everybody saw it. If you're trading price, it's a swing low. It's a key swing low. Trading volume profile, it's a huge taper. First time back, is it going to just knife through it? No, it's going to at least provide a bounce. Even if you took that first bounce, you made plenty of money. It was a pretty big move. And if you took the failure to continue after that, you've made way more money. But everybody saw that level. It doesn't matter if you're ICT, AMG, XLE, order flow, you saw it. Those are the best trades when it's super obvious. If you have to do 360 no scope analysis to get a trade on, I promise you it's not that good. Trust me, bro. It ain't that nice. It's not that nice.
Yes. Gosh, what was the cat? Yes, no acceptance. Good eye. So we pushed up into the range resistance. We came down to the 9 MA, which is this black line, black moving average. This is where we need to create a higher low, hold and bounce to then form consolidation acceptance of resistance. We didn't see that, so the ping pong action continues. Right, we're just going. The 9 MA is not respected in this range. That's how you know we're range bound. When it gets respected, when we start holding and we consolidate it, and then at that point get a change in character, that's when you know, hey, we're now it can fail after that, but if you wait for that, imagine how many potential breakouts or breakdowns you're gonna avoid because of that additional rule. You can add other layers as well, other things that you look at, but for me, it's as simple as this. Do we hold the 9 MA? We didn't. Okay, no acceptance. We can push back down to the bottom of the range. And then if you're looking aggressive or you have really good conviction, you can short the break of it, which is the 9 MA reversal setup that I take, and then look for the other side of the range. Or you can just wait and look for acceptance. Yeah, I know nothing. Yep.
They can hold this open here for like a higher low after the new low. Maybe we can actually break this upside.
Also, that low yesterday was at 6,900. That's a big area for ES. It's a weekly bull bear zone. I've talked about that on the sessions. Yeah, if we bounce here, we start to create a tighter contraction. We can get a possible wedge going now.
What would be diabolical is if they actually just start to tighten the range even further. If they don't, if they're going to hold this here for the higher low and they don't get a new high, I think we are all cooked and the market will just really tighten up. You need participants that are willing to make the decisions. And if the market starts to not get anywhere, no one's around to make that decision and nothing's going to happen.
Ninja does not have Discord.
You have a Discord, right?
Yeah.
Chris has one. You can hop in Chris's Discord.
Yes, and Mia, inside days are range bound because you're literally inside a prior day's range. Directional days. Well, look, you can also have a directional opportunity inside an inside day. If you're trading from like the mean right in the middle, you can directionally trade to the highs or to the lows, but so I don't want to confuse that and say that it's not a directional because you can still be in directional trades, but you have to understand that if we are going to be in our inside day, that directional move is going to come to an end, and then we're going to flip back and have a reversion back to the mean.
What is the tape saying? Tape is saying that there's nobody in the market right now that's willing to make any kind of real decision for the market. So whenever I feel that way, I'm always thinking, then why should I?
You
It's
first.
not like the tape is
I'll
like
wait.
super thick. It's just there's I don't know, there's no one that's willing to make the choices at these areas. They tried it earlier. I mean, I think this could be a pretty good reason if it holds a higher low. Is that, I mean, the market did test outside. They saw what happened. If you saw this last time, would you be willing to sell this range than this lower range? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I wouldn't. So, yeah, I'm gonna wait until there is some higher quality participation in the market. I guess we'll call it that. There's participation. The market always has it.
Yeah, that's
But
a good
what
way to
gives us
put
our
it.
edge is higher quality participation.
Yeah. Higher quality action in a higher quality area location wise, and you have a really good combination. Like that's what that was yesterday at the lows.
Dude, that was such a great opportunity.
Do I have new indicators? No, no new indicators. Cumulative delta here and then RSI. Yeah, maybe price action gets tighter here. Pretty sideways action. It's been what, an hour and a half? So there will be another test here. If we reclaim the 9 MA, we can bounce right back up. But if we reject, maybe that at that point we attempt to break away from this. I mean, the hourly on both ES and Q, pretty flat. We're in a multi-hourly range here for about 5 hours now. So we might be rejecting from the 9 MA here. Let me see. We have a little bit of a consolidation here. It's not exactly at the bottom of the range, but the 90 million black is coming down. We had a little bounce into this green candle. If that's reclaimed, then we can bounce back up.
I really hope something comes out of this because
What are you seeing on the tape?
it's pretty two-sided. So there's buying and selling. There's quite a bit of selling that's being held by passive buying here. So if that's going to be the case, if they do hold this, they better make a new high. The thing is, though, if they can crack it, we could see a new low because there's so much passive bid that's going to get chewed through. So hopefully that gives us a new catalyst for some downsides because stuck buyers and all.
I'm gonna try it. I have a really tight stop. And see if we push down to the bottom of this range. So my stop is right above this last lower high. And if it doesn't go, then I'll just take a quick exit here.
You're going for shorts?
Yeah. Yeah, looks like we're in bounce.
They dumped a lot of selling down there.
We have a
The
90 minute
nine.
lower high here now. No, it wants to shoot up.
All right, if they can retrace this, I might look for some around the 840s for a long.
I'm going to try a reversal here as well for the long side.
This is a pretty tricky tape right now. Want to get longs. I'm waiting for shorts to step back in. So right now I'm looking for something very specific. I want shorts to get back in and fail to move the price lower. It's kind of selling it right now. Nothing too crazy. So 840's range is really important, and they just cut through it. This is tricky tape, guys. I don't know if I want to interact with this.
I'm gonna close one if we don't get going. So we're seeing another potential reversal back up.
Yeah. They just filled 85 lots on the offer.
I closed mine. I took like a 1.5 or maybe 1.75 stop. I do like it. I'm gonna wait here. But if we start holding down here, then that can be a change in character.
Yeah, this is really tricky tape. Tape, just like order flow. I mean, yeah, time and sales. Like who's doing what, right? Buyers are buying. They're not really getting what they want. Sellers are selling. They're not really getting what they want. Then when it looks like one side is gaining traction, they kind of like start to chase the ladder up. Eventually it disappears and the counterparty steps in, moves price the other way. So if that's going to keep happening, I don't know. There's a lot of, it's just a gigantic question mark. So it becomes less dependable, right? There will be market environments where order flow that you see is more reliable. Like when you see buyers really flood in, likely they're going to get what they want or vice versa. But today, you can see one side flood in and within the next 30 seconds, they're off the gas and the other side's back in. And so it's kind of like, okay, well, who can you trust, right? Same thing. It's like people. They keep saying they're going to do this, they go do that, and they just quit. At some point, when are you going to be like, well, I'm not, I don't care what you say anymore, right? Same thing with the market, with the order flow. It's wishy-washy, trifling, as they would say. The order flow is trifling today. Sellers. Sellers hurt me. Yes. When it's time to do something about it, right? They'll move the ladder and they'll get to this spot. It's like, all right, you're gonna do it? And they're like, I don't think so. Then they move it the other way. It's like, all right, it's time. And then they're like, who's gonna do it? Nobody? All right, let's go the other way. And it just keeps happening. So it's like, whatever. Some days the order flow is really reliable. It's dependable. It's very deliberate. Today, not so much. That's what gives you range days. That's what gives you consolidations. That's what gives you D-shaped profiles. It's when nobody really has the intention of driving it anywhere. The market's happy to transact where it is now. Trying to bust you. That's how it goes, right? It's like, oh, bulls are done for. And it's like, oh, sellers are done for. Uh, M from London. We are working on a DOM. I did get word earlier from the developer himself. He said execution capability is coming very soon. So as soon as that's here, I will literally trade my live account on it. I'll risk it. I'll risk live cash on a beta testing DOM. It might even be alpha. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. It definitely won't be the same size as you guys are used to seeing, but you get what you get.
15-minute is a
No.
small doji candle, not much.
No, it's not on TradeAvate. It's on NinjaTrader only. Yeah, I'm from London. I just have a very specific DOM setup that I use, that I'm used to, that I need. So
So
in due
yours
time.
is different from Leo's?
Slightly, yeah. I have a little bit of different information. I think just the bid and ask and the columns are positioned differently. I have like 90% of the information on the left side, right next to my price on the chart, all that stuff. So it'd be a little tiny bit different.
What's up, Jero?
Side flows, I'm gonna do my best. Yeah. Hopefully. I think it is capable. The capability is there. It's already good. So it will look just like the other ones.
Election's getting tighter.
Yeah, but they are working lower. So the volume, the interest is building lower versus higher
Yeah.
now. Just hope they get something for it. Because if they don't, we are potentially just going to get locked in. If the market's moving lower here, they're building it, they're trying it. The sellers are, they're trying to sell it lower. And if they don't get what they want, it's definitely not going to continue. It's going to go back up and the market's going to know, well, the last time the market tried to sell it lower, it didn't happen. So I'm not selling here. I'm not selling here. I'm not selling here either. And then it's going to drift back up. And if the buyers fail and the buy side's like, well, I'm not buying up there. And then it's just going to get locked in the range because no one wants to sell lows. No one wants to buy highs. And that's how you get a stuck market. So I hope they get what they want on the downside here.
Yeah, it's not forming acceptance down here.
Let's look at gold. Have you traded silver at all since the whole thing?
I tried to short it a few days ago, but I closed it pretty much around break even, and then I just didn't focus on it again.
What the
We're attempting
hell
lower
is
here.
this? Gold at 50, 60 or 59.9? What the hell happened here? Ruined the whole volume profile. Would I ever do price action videos on YouTube? Maybe. I don't know. Also, for anyone that's gonna go watch the video, please engage. Like, what is it? What is it? Like, comment, subscribe. Thanks. Helps the algorithm and such and such.
We did have a little consolidation here, just we're attempting to break down for it as we come into the sort of bottom area of this range. Do we have follow through now?
The DOM will be for everybody. Yes. The DOM will be for everybody on NinjaTrader. It's looking legit, guys. I would say it's very promising. Free.
We might have follow through here.
I heard the viewership on Anti-Live went down 30 minutes ago due to release of the latest video. Cannot be. Why watch hindsight videos versus real-time trading?
Yeah, Shep. It's a
Doesn't make any
boxception. That's what
sense.
you call this. A box within a box. and now attempting a breakdown here.
Volume is still moving lower. It's good.
But all we're doing is coming down to the bottom of the range. So
Yeah, they need a. Well, ES is actually pretty close to the low, too.
I still
Can't
see it.
believe
This
they've
is the
done this
range
to
for
us.
ES. Yeah, there it is. I think that's going to be it right there.
I hope so.
I'm
Almost
a
had
little
a
too short a
double-sided IB
bounce. If we
break.
get a bounce,
Let's boogie. Anyone from LA that's over 30 years old here? You guys remember Power 106 back in the day on Fridays? They'd have that voice, that soundbite that's like, "It's Friday." That's what always pops into my mind. Yeah, you guys know that? It's Friday. I wonder if they can use that on stream here, or if they even know. You'd have to be from LA, because then it's Power 106.
oh, I remember that.
Yeah. Iconic.
Hourly is an inside candle on the hourly. 15-minute. We had a small doji candle break. I don't know if they'll give us a bounce here to look for a short.
Haven't had a Friday like this in a while, where it just doesn't do anything. I mean, the open was nice, two-sided. If you long VWAP, you got paid. If you shorted the high resistance, you got paid. And after that, the market just said, you know what, that's enough.
Doesn't want to bounce.
5 and the 15 look like garbage. Yeah. I wouldn't say they're blowing right through the IB low. They're working lower, but they're not exactly blowing through it. Honestly, the range is pretty narrow. You can be on the right side of the market, but if it's in a narrow range, your edge is pretty significantly blunted. So that does suck. It's not always about knowing which direction. So I hope the market extends downside for sure.
ES is going to trigger a no NQ. We're both. ES already triggered an inside and down on the hourly. NQ is might want to tag it next.
I would be willing to short if we can get a pop from here. No new low or yeah, no new low ES and pop it again. Oh, never mind. That's out of the picture now.
Yeah, it's just no bounce. So if you caught this breakdown, good. Just ride that. I want to look for a bounce to short into that.
ES left a pretty good low to target back into earlier, but they did not leave it there. So sometimes I try to exploit things like that, but they took care of it. I was in and I cut it short twice. I mean, it's hard. Days like today, you could be on the right side, but the market's gonna do it in the worst way. So, like I said, painful trades, even if they're right, they're painful. 50% extension is right on top of the London Open. I would be willing to take longs around 710s, like the teens,
Yeah,
seven,
that's
we'll
the
see.
next zone.
715 down to like 700-ish. If we can get a really like dramatic extension away from the 9 EMA. More drama, more violence. If not, then I just hope they pull it back from here and give us a reoffer opportunity. So either one of those two things will be fine. Charts say longs are done. I guess they'll just pull it back here.
Not the 2R. 7 cents is a good area.
Yeah, I would like that
I'm looking
spot,
at
but
that.
I wanted them to really just knife it down there. Give me some like imbalances on the upside to work with. Trade it back to the 9 EMA. But they're being pretty efficient on this selling here. And they're not pulling it up far enough to give me an opportunity to sell it back down. So market's not giving me much to work with here. 712 is yearly VWAP. I don't have much beyond a month. I mean, my high time frame chart, you guys can see it here. I literally just have prior week stuff. Prior week high, low, value, POC, and a weekly open. So I don't really keep tabs on really long time horizons because I don't get paid to. So
We did have a little bit of a
P trades.
consolidation.
What's up, brother?
I think he's in the house. We did have a little bit of a consolidation here, but it wasn't at the bottom of the top of the range. So you could have executed on this, but I was looking more for at the lows of the range and at the highs for acceptance. But there was something actionable here.
T Trade's fractal model is goated. You've chat. I'm co-signing it. T Trade's model is in fact goated. If you like price action, you literally cannot go wrong. As an order flow hybrid trader, I will say I 100% agree with everything I've seen in his videos. Co-signed. Clip that.
If we can get a 710s, that's the next support
Hey, if you
here.
guys want like really good price action stuff, dude, you guys gotta check out T's videos, man. Super, super easy to digest. No fluff. Fancy ass names. Yeah, it all lines up. It just makes sense. Yeah.
Here's a bounce into the 9 MA here. If this reclaims, we can easily move back up. And the test of the prior consolidation support. So either we do something like this and reject and finally get to 710s, or we reclaim this level and then bounce right back up.
I think I'm gonna look for a reoffer closer to the 9. We'll say like 810s. If they can't get that high, I'm not sure I can do anything about that. Yeah, that sucks. Yep. Patience is part of the game, right?
I tried it. We'll see if we get to 710s. If not, we'll trigger a reversal.
Yes, I know nothing. That is correct. If you guys have not done the homework on price action, his videos are where you should be this weekend. Dr. Steve, that is also correct. You guys know I am very much not an ICT trader. I have my opinions on the lore behind it, but at the end of the day, I see it as price action, and T just teaches it way better. You can clip that too. T Trades teaches price action better than ICT. Hey, don't kill me for the cultists. Don't come after me, okay? It's just an opinion. Don't come after me, all right? I'm just playing, guys. I'm kidding. When am I back in Florida? I was gonna be this week. I'm surprised you're not there. Aren't you in Florida right now, T? I was gonna be there.
Yeah, he lives over there.
Oh, that's true. He's out in Tampa. You're Tampa, right? Was it? Oops, don't mean to dox. He's not in Tampa, guys.
Wait, you're gonna be in LA? How long?
Dude,
Oh,
you're
that's a
here for
long
like
time.
3 weeks? What you doing out here? Yeah, we should meet up, man. I mean, you're here for 2 freaking weeks.
Let's go get dinner.
You coming with girlfriend. Ooh. We better see his girlfriend's face before we see his. All right. I'm open to some offers. I'm open to offers. Let's see what the market thinks.
Yeah, we just reclaimed the 9 MA, so
The bid is still pretty jumpy, so I'm gonna wait until they just chill out. That's quite a friggin' candle on the 5 minute, huh? Let's try a few. Entry's way lower than I'd like, so I'm gonna scratch out of this and see if we can get a better entry up here. I don't know if they can push it. Yeah, the bid's super jumpy. Very dicey here. Lots of buying ES here. The 61. No. Hell no.
this one's a
Oh,
bounce
got
again.
mad slippage. I thought I got out for 3 points. It was like 8 points. I'm going in one at a time here because it's still pretty jumpy bid. But the offer keeps coming in too, so.
Yeah, we are in a megaphone structure, reddish. I like the pretty mixed market here.
All right. Well,
Look
I
at
only
that.
got 3 on because they kind of did everything really abruptly. I'm going to go ahead and try to peel some off. About 30 points lower. Or not. Okay. Jeez. Still watching this. That was quite a bid back up. So this is key spot right here. I'm gonna get out of this trade. That's a really good
Yeah, this
it's a really good pullback, and they're just jumping on the bid still. Sorry, XY longing this. Hey, good long, man. T, do I have your number? Let's see.
all we did so far is
All they did
backtest
was take me out of my longs and kill this
the
thing.
recent consolidation breakdown in both NQ and ES. Yeah, if we
Dude, no way.
can't
They
get
poked me out
going,
of the long just to kill the market again.
yeah, it's been a day for that.
Trying to initiate some shorts.
There's some ugly charts out there. This is now
Get out of this. Yeah, T, I don't have your number.
close to 6 hour range.
I get it from Kane though. If you're still here. T, you still here?
Not much happening on higher time frames. This is very tight scalping action.
I'm hoping this can be a breakdown retest of this zone, and we can just continue down for a good while. Yeah, high time frame. Hopefully this is zone retest. I'm in for 5. I think I'm going to stick to 5 for now. Stopped out again. So it's not invalidated, but I don't want to hold this. I don't want to hold it if they're going to move this higher. I'd rather get in higher. But I do like
Yeah, we need to reclaim 66 in ES and then 24, 25 in NQ. Might attempt that here. Very, very tricky, sticky action here.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. This is super tight action.
I'm like missing all the entries that I'm looking for from market ordering, and it's hard for me to get more size onto these trades because of that. Like I want to be filled above the 800s right now. We'll see. I'm gonna let the order flow come in a little bit more down here before I choose to add any more.
Jesus, what's gold is tanking.
Gold?
Yeah. Silver too. All right, what's going on here? This is super tight action.
Yeah.
You in short again?
Yeah, I'm trying to scale into this thing, but the prices I'm getting are not good, honestly.
Oh,
I'm
it's
down like
stronger now.
3,400. Yeah. Guys, I'm down like almost 4K. Please hit the likes.
Yeah,
T,
this
if you're
one's.
still in chat, I got it.
We're filling out this megaphone here. Yes, one side to another. Just mean reversion. In the meantime, get to some my medicine.
Well, since the shorts aren't working, I hope you guys are long. I also took many losses here. Sorry to hear that.
What's the megaphone? It's this is the megaphone. We're asking what is a megaphone? We're just ping ponging back. The range keeps expanding. That's pretty much what it means. Yeah, this is just it's just chop, guys. Don't even want to trade it.
Oh yeah, this thing is working lower.
Thanks for
Look what they
that.
left behind on gold, huh?
For
Not
what? For the
happy.
megaphone? Yeah, if you bought
Well,
that megaphone support, hey, you made your points, but it's still choppy. Look, we are in the last 25 minutes. ES is in a 10-point range, 12 NQ 60-point range. I mean, you're scalping this. Slowly working its way up, but it's still end of month shenanigans.
looks like 820s have a pretty solid bid. See if they can trade a little bit under it. I think longs would probably be a good path forward, but they got to give me access.
Yeah, it's a good reversal here from the lows.
Hmm.
Not in it a well.
See if they give another opportunity closer to 820s, 815-ish. If not, you just got to let it drift.
Yeah, this megaphone's filling out. I don't think much more for me today. Just chop.
$5K gold. In what? 1, 2 days, they've retraced it in a pretty significant amount.
Reject back down or just chop?
I want some longs, but they're not giving me any access to that. T, you going by yourself? You traveling down to LA by yourself? Because it's just you and your girlfriend? Hey, you know what? You were single in Naples, huh? Were you? This is a new girly?
Oh, damn, you're showing her the world?
Yeah.
Oh, she
Oh,
lives here.
she's gonna experience life with a superstar.
Are you gonna be in West LA?
Closer to USC. Mm.
Oh, downtown? Good spots there. There's good tacos there. You have there's a taco spot right a few blocks from USC called what's it called? Guisados. Have you tried them, Max?
Guisados?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've tried there's a good amount of them now.
Yeah, there's like 6 or 8.
Yeah. I tried one and I tried that one. I tried one in East LA.
There's one in Burbank.
Yeah, when T's down here, I'll sneak a photo of his face and just send it to you guys.
You know, for date night, you guys should go to where XY and I went. It was really good. I already
Oh,
forgot
it's
the
a
name of
super
it.
nice. Chris took us to some fancy spot.
You guys dating now? Yeah, we went on a date. So what?
Yeah, so what? He's like, I want it. How come you guys didn't tell me?
It's called Laya in Hollywood. It's really good. Good date night spot.
Yeah, it was
I
super,
did I
super
did used to
fancy
work
looking.
at a restaurant in college. I was every role. I played every role.
Even the longs don't want to talk to me right now.
Oh, Shabno is the next spot we're going to. You guys are gonna like
Did
it.
we choose it already?
We were
Did you
talking
guys
about
choose a
it.
spot already?
We were talking about it the other day. I'll send you a picture of. I went there.
Where's it
Actually, I
at?
had a.
Where's it at?
It's in Hollywood.
Hollywood? Damn.
All the good spots are in Hollywood. What do you mean?
Yeah, I hate going out there. That's the problem. All the good spots are out there. WeHo, dude, it's a pain in the ass to get to, dude.
Yo, this chop is
Dude, it's
close the screens and call it a month.
it's pretty chop. It's pretty chop. I'm trying to grab some longs here.
You like Mexican food? XY?
Hell yeah.
I
Hell
just
yeah,
sent you
I
a
do.
picture. That's what I suggested to Shab. Spencer, hit me up if you're in LA. JB, I was in that area the other weekend, and the taco spot cousins brothers or brothers cousins. It was like Friday night, like at 1 a.m.
It's
Those
called
those
Cousins Brothers.
Yeah, that's literally what it's called. Those tacos were spot on.
Dude, taco spots are always super cracking like after midnight because everything else is closed. People are probably out drinking. They want some, I gotta get out of this. They want to get some tacos and stuff. Oh my goodness. Even like, I mean, you know King Taco, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, even King Taco, dude, it could be after 2 a.m. Insane line.
yeah. Oh, Stove's Burner's been there. Oh, but yeah, those tacos were really good. Those danger dogs are too dangerous. I haven't touched one of those in years. There's a restaurant in Alabama called Cousin's Wife. Mm. First taco place was Guisados. Guisa.
They're like specialty tacos. They're not the ordinary.
I'll type it. They're good. Try them out.
Let's see this picture you sent me. Oh, this place looks hella fancy too.
It's just good. It's not fancy.
Damn, this looks like legit, like
It's super
plated,
legit.
legit plate Mexican food.
Legitness.
You know what, T, I can't let you borrow the Lambo because Kane has it. My bad. Should tell him to give it back.
I am not, Shab. I go hunting for good food. Good spots in the hood too. We can go to the hood. No danger to the hood. No stranger.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is decent. I actually honestly hate it because in my area it's only AT&T and T and Spectrum, and they both know it. So you know how that goes. You got first speeding ticket? Well, guys, there you have it. Your beloved T-Trades is a confirmed criminal. Shameful. Shameful.
I'm down to do an LA meetup this year.
Yeah, I saw that poll the other day, but they voted like Austin or something.
Austin. Who's in Austin?
I don't know. They just
I
voted
think
Austin.
Leo's the closest to Austin. Huh? Oh no, Leo and Nick.
That's why they wanted to go to Austin. 62 and a what? In like a 40?
In a school zone?
Oh,
What are you doing over
that's
there?
that's instant, like straight to prison. 35. They don't need to be hiding to catch you doing that.
Which car was it? A Porsche? Which one of your cars? And look right back down. It's just no follow through on longs, no follow through. Dude, that's one of my favorite cars, the RSQ8. I don't like the new face they put on it though for the 2026 model.
Isn't the Urus is literally an RSQ8, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
It's the smart man's
Yeah,
Lamborghini.
beautiful car.
So technically, he has a Lambo. T's got a Lambo. 2025. Yeah, video for proof, man.
Takes or it didn't happen.
Yeah, send me the video with your face in full view, holding a sign that says T trades. Then I'll blast it on my Twitter. Get your plate in there too. Get your license plate in there.
A Vegas meetup. I think XY would be there. Will be the first one there.
I'll already be there. Yeah.
So welcome home. Welcome to my home, guys.
Hey guys,
Whoa.
good job today.
Zabini?
You know,
Yeah.
mission. Kevin last night called for the beanie.
Dude.
It's
Yeah.
cold out there.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I moved here to get away from the cold, and now I'm gonna have a weekend in the low 20s.
I think you got to join Delhi in Naples, no?
I
You
know.
guys see that Jim's cold? Can you imagine how it feels in his basement right now?
Listen, I have an extra one of these XYZ. I could throw it down the laundry chute. So if you just go by the laundry chute, there'll be an extra one for you.
I can keep it?
No, you can wear it when you're in the basement. Let's not get crazy.
Ooh,
Oh my God.
T, this is crazy. It's a nice
I'm-
color, man.
I'm looking at the June Dodgers home game schedule for an LA meetup, and hopefully Shep's listen to this. We're talking
what
literally.
dates?
What's that?
What dates?
Well, we got Tampa Bay coming 15th, 16th, and 17th.
Wait, of
We have-
next month?
No, June. June.
Oh,
This is
June.
baseball, dude. Not next month. Baltimore 19th and 20th. We have some dates here for sure. It's got to be around a home game. That's all that's my only requirement for an LA meetup.
Well, Jim, if you're in LA, I'll take you out to eat.
No, I'll take them out to eat.
All right, Chris will take you out to eat and I'll come for free food. Deal.
Well, Chris said he'd take me out to eat. Not
No. It's already done. It's already done. We don't need to make a mess out of this.
All right. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, I can't wait. I can't wait. Hopefully it's a reality. It's something I want to do. So, by the way, my MMA
Cats?
tickets are purchased for March, XYZ. So if you and Mrs. XYZ are in the neighborhood, let me know. I'll buy you guys tickets.
Yeah. I do
Wait,
want to
what's-
go, honestly,
What's
for
happening
that.
in Miami?
I'm sorry, Las Vegas. I'm sorry.
I do want to go for that fight. I'm asking my buddies if
Oh,
they want
who's
to make it
fighting?
out there.
It's a
Holloway.
rematch. Yeah, Holloway and Oliveira.
Mm.
Oliveira was hurt the first time, so let's give him a chance.
T wants to play pickleball.
Yeah, I'm ready for you, baby, and I will wear my beanie.
Oh, it's not that cold out here.
All right, guys, great job as usual. Appreciate you guys being part of NinjaTrader Live and laying it out on the line for us Friday morning, all week long. You guys have been terrific. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate everybody in the chat. People who are not in the chat listening, thank you for being part of the community. Best community there is, hands down. Appreciate the subscriptions and the thumbs up. There we go.
Puppy cam.
That's the best. Oh my God. We're hitting 200,000 according to T-Trades. We're
200K.
doing it, man. We're 179. We're almost 180. This is just a matter of time, but we got to speed it up. I know nothing about API issues, dude.
What? T trades? T just said he's giving away his car at 200K.
Oh, is that what he said? No,
Yeah,
no,
he just
no.
said it.
Did
He
really?
deleted it, but I saw it.
Wow.
Yeah,
His
yeah, yeah.
Lambo, he bought it.
Guys,
His
hit
bought the
come on.
Lambo for what? 450?
Come on, 200K.
Wow. Awesome, man. He's going to add stuff to the giveaway too. Look at that. He's backing off with the Lambo, but he's going to add something. Anyway, it's funny. It's the quiet ones that have the Lambos. I think Chris has one.
Chris has one.
Nah.
I've seen it.
I'm an Audi guy.
Oh,
Same thing. Same thing.
yeah, for sure, for sure. In any event, you guys, I am going to do an end of the week edge report real quickly for everybody that's still here. Appreciate everybody being here. And you guys, Chris, XYZ. You guys have a great weekend, man.
You too, Jim. All right,
Thanks,
everybody have a good
guys. Thanks,
weekend.
Jim.
Take care, X.
All right, all right. Love those guys. That's for sure. Let me move this out of the way. All right, just to cover a couple things. Just want to cover gold and crude. Metals have been in the spotlight. You know, who knows what the real reason is for why this giant green 11, almost 12% a candle to the downside happened from yesterday's peak high, but it happened. And here we're at now intraday. So intraday, this has been just, we had some stabilization. We had sell-offs, sideways action, sell-off, sideways action, sell-off, sideways action. Now we're selling off again. And, in thinking of this, I'm thinking, all right, where are we going to go possibly? Remember, folks might be taking profit too, and there might be some FOMO here of folks getting out. So with that in mind, I do anticipate, and hopefully I'm wrong, but I do anticipate some more downward movement here. We're making new highs on this last candle right now. And, there's not a lot of room until you get to put support in the high vol level. And that's all the way down at 4,700. Now, the move we've seen so far, it's like, oh, okay, it's really not that far away. But there's a lot of space between that put support and that HVL. Keep that in mind. And HVL and put support together are pretty good, powerful combination of areas of interest. Will we hit it today? Who knows? But don't think you can't. We could have a bigger green candle. Things have happened. So that's the story in gold. We're below that VWAP too, and below previous session lows. So it's going to be tough to get above that. Let's shoot over to crude oil, though. Crude oil is also equally as interesting, but on the opposite direction here. This is just the September high. We wicked to it yesterday, but we didn't have a substantive pullback. Yeah, it was a big wick here, and maybe some of this is due to events in the Middle East or concerns about events in the Middle East. I don't know, but we're almost back up to $65 here. In crude. So, and look at the RSI. The RSI has been arcing up for a while here. So this is not a brand new phenomenon today. Intraday, we have, we're trading toward the top. JAX1 has provided this is the biggest gamma level. You've seen those MenthorQ gamma levels come across the screen. This is the most important one is JAX1, $66, and it acted like resistance to the T. We didn't go through it. Next target up is literally previous session's highs at 66.48, but didn't make it. A little bit of a retracement, almost an equal and opposite candle based on a 30-minute, not quite. Point of control, and the area around the point of control is pretty keen. It's pretty defined right here. So remember, crude oil settles early every day. So my guess is we're going to end up going sideways a little bit here, but keep an eye on that VWAP, that session VWAP for any bigger retracement, and that 0 DTE gamma wall that's right below it, because those can be play as well in crude oil. But right now, everything's looking bullish on crude oil. So that is the end of the week. Edge report. Appreciate everybody being here. We had a really just a great, fantastic week. Full crew. Everybody's here ready to go. Next week, we're going to be ready to go. And thank you for the kind weekend messages. Same to you, everybody in the chat. For the API stuff, send an email to learn@ninjatrader.com, and we'll route it to the right person, AK. That's the best way to go. But I don't know anything about API. I'm not sure what it stands for. But anyway, that's the best way to go. Anybody for that matter wants to send a note. Having said all that, yeah, it's going to be cold, man. Nat gas is on the move for sure. Another 9% on nat gas up to 303. I'm prepared. I'm getting prepared for it. We had to frost cloth all the plants. I had to insulate all the pool pumps and all the pool pipes that are exposed to the ambient. So we're gonna fight it out, but we'll be ready to go Sunday night. Don't forget Sunday night, 6 p.m. Craig Shapiro and company. They're going to be doing a prep for the next week. So don't forget to tune into that also before the Monday show starts. So having said all that, appreciate everybody. Fractal, good seeing you. Cooper, everybody. I can't name everybody's name. I'm going to sign off right now. Remember, most important message of the day, especially going into a weekend, please, and a slippery weekend if you're down south. Be safe out there and be good to each other. See you next week.